You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. The most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey. The most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM. You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. The most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey. The most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM. You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. The most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey. The most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM. You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. and on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life, and as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
To get involved, because there are persons who may not have transport to get the sandbags, and therefore community organizations have been getting together to aid in the transport. And I also want to tell you that this flood mitigation is an interministerial coordination. This is your entire UNC government at work for you. What we have seen is a reduced impact of flooding on homes and infrastructure as a result of early and proactive collaboration between the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. What I can tell you is that a short while ago, the Met Office extended the orange level alert to tomorrow, Friday 13th at 6 p.m. It means that we are going to have several hours of torrential rains and high winds. The riverine levels are already quite high. The soil is very saturated across the country. And so we are very concerned with the increased potential for flood damage to homes, collapse to roadways that have been weakened over time by small landslips, damage to crops and livestock, and the well-being of our society as a whole. In May of this year, May 13th, we launched our flood mitigation program and shelter management exercise. Between the 14th to the 19th of May, we had drainage clearance and the embankment works in areas including Caroni River Basin, the South Oropouche. We had site inspection at Caroni, Bamboo, El Carmen, Manuel Congo areas. On the 27th of May, we did inspections in the Diego Martin region, Sawa Laventil, and Port of Spain region. On June the 3rd to the 10th, that week of the 3rd to the 10th, we visited Princestown region, Mayaro, Rio Claro region, and that was actually during an adverse weather alert, a yellow alert. We have seen the impact on the agriculture sector, where farmers across the country have been affected by what you call overland flooding and loss of crops. One example of local government collaborating with the Ministry of Agriculture, I'll give you an example in my own constituency of St. Augustine in the Orange Grove area, Tacarigua, where they are bounded on the southern side by the Caroni River. That river, the bank has been eroded over time. The farmers and us as representatives in opposition had been begging for work to be done on that riverbank, and we were ignored by the previous government. Now, with our collaboration, the Minister of Agriculture brought in two pumps into the area. 3 pumps, in fact, were deployed, 2 large ones and 1 smaller one. There was a concrete structure restricting the flow of water that was removed. And that area has not seen proper drainage maintenance over the last few years. So with all the neglect of the water courses by the previous administration, it means that we have to be more intense in our response, and we have been doing that. So what we have is positive outcomes because of our early planning, our proactive approach. We are seeing faster drainage in waterlogged areas. We have seen areas where the water came up but the runoff was much faster than before, particularly considering the fact that we are in an orange alert. We have seen fewer homes underwater. There's, we have reduced structural damage because of that. And thankfully, so far today, minimal disruption in terms of national exams. And this is very important. And today's exercise will be repeated tomorrow to ensure that our students get to their exams on time. We have greater public readiness and awareness and participation because we have been distributing sandbags, we have been regularly updating the public, and every minister who is involved in this has been on the ground. And that gives a level of involvement in the community and adds great value so that everybody is a part of it. When the UNC win, everybody wins. So I want to urge residents, as the orange level alerts continue, to remain indoors during the periods of heavy rain and high winds. Avoid flooded roadways and rivers. Don't be a hero and try to drive through a roadway that is flooded. Your car could really wash away. I want you to follow the updates that we have, regular updates from the Met Office, from the regional corporations, from the disaster managers throughout the country. I want you to contact your regional corporation through your local government councillor. Our local government councillors are working hard. They are out there day and night. There is no Saturday and Sunday. We work every day. And I want you to report incidents so that they can support your need when you are even threatened by flood. Don't wait until you get flood. Get sandbags before the water reaches your doorstep. And I want to wrap up by expressing a heartfelt thank you to the Honorable Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar for her foresight and her compassion in initiating early flood preparation across all ministries. As an opposition member of Parliament for Siparia, she has been on the ground in her boots, and perhaps her compassion comes from identifying with the people she represents, which is now all of Trinidad and Tobago. The Prime Minister's instruction to plan ahead and to prepare before the rainy season really enabled us as ministers, our regional corporations, and all our state agencies to move swiftly and to protect lives and support families and students in real time. I would also want to thank the mayors, our chairmen, our councillors at regional corporations, the staff. People complain that, administrative staff tend to work 8 to 4, Monday to Friday, and after 4 they go home, or even before that. I've seen people complain. We know it has been a tradition where regional corporation workers gone home by 8 o'clock. But I have been out in regions, for instance, when we went to MP Nicholas Morris area in Mayaro, we were there after 5 p.m. and excavators were working. You had manual labor, you had workers who were out there from morning. They took a lunch break and they continued to work way past 5 p.m. So I am telling you that we are seeing hope in Trinidad and Tobago. We are seeing renewed energy. And I am inspired by the, as I said, the foresight of Kamala Persad-Bissessar, and to see the relief that is being provided to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I also want to remind all of you that we are not out of the danger. As an opposition MP, I would have encountered flooding. We would have made representation for the maintenance of major water courses, and they fell on deaf ears. And people of my constituency are also in high praise of our Minister of Works, who has been attending to riverbanks and pumps. And I don't envy her, because the level of neglect we have in some of those major water courses in areas where it's challenging to do work in the rainy season. But certainly the flood victims who have been flooded over and over in some of those areas are truly grateful for her intervention. So at this time, I will make way for Minister of Works, Ms. Jolene John, to address you. She needed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, my honorable colleague, Minister of Rural Government and Local, sorry, Rural Development and Local Government. I know you all are going to ask. So the honorable Prime Minister is in cabinet. The meeting continues, okay, prior? Yeah, that's the only reason she's not here right now. We didn't want to keep you waiting for too much longer. So she asked that we come out and because you would have wanted to know what was happening with this ongoing yellow alert that just seemed orange alert, sorry, that seemed to be unrelentless. Yesterday I spent the day working in Tobago as a matter of fact. And the flights were turned back. You know, flights that would have been gotten clearance to take off from Tobago, get into Piarco and vice versa, had to turn back midair because they said the visibility was actually zero. Right? Eventually, flights were given the go ahead. Today, I heard there were about 4 or 5 flights, and that was about the midday period or so. Now, I really want to associate myself with the remarks from the Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Local Government with respect to the work that is ongoing. And it was on Tuesday. I was minding constituency business, and the councillors, and they are the heroes, you know, in all of this, managed and led by the Honourable Minister. They really are out there and getting the job done. But over the last 48 hours, with respect to what what the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, what we have been doing, we have been looking and we have had areas under active surveillance and embankments have been assessed all the while, as the Honourable Minister just said, we really are playing catch up. We like to be proactive in our work, to plan and to do this work. I mean, I know you have to walk and chew gum, but certainly we would have done a much better job of mitigation had there been ongoing maintenance over the last decade or so. But notwithstanding that, we are out there. We are conducting checks from the point of view of the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, checks on gate structures to ensure that there are no leakage or backflows in specific areas such as the Piarco Airport, Bamboo Settlement number 2. We are currently prioritizing assessment of critical infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and slopes. And it's not only the ministries or the corporation, but residents are also sending in videos, very graphic videos that really are very sad and painful to see, you know, a TNT pole leaning into people's house, the level of flooding. It really is very, very, very heartbreaking. But so, as I said, whilst this rain is wreaking havoc, we have to keep looking at the infrastructure and checking. We check the slopes and we try to prevent any secondary impacts due to landslide or structural failure. So as we approach, because we are really now approaching the height of the rainy season, the ministry has identified key projects in areas that are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of flooding. In the short and medium term, the following interventions have been prioritized to mitigate flooding in high-risk communities such as Pinal. Last week I was in Pinal, and they were showing me an area where 1 mile of road floods, and the drains were just filled with silt and grass, overgrown, and garbage inside of there. There was a cemetery where they told me the rule of thumb with how severely flooding will be was when that graveyard flooded by 6 or 7 feet. That is sad. You understand? So basically, I said, we are not averting our eyes to these issues. You know, we are leading right into them. So as I said, the following intervention have been prioritized to mitigate in areas such as Penal, Superior, Avocat, to name a few. And, you know, these are areas we've seen for years, flooding year after year after year. They just keep flooding. And so the snapshot of our priority projects, at this time, there are many, right? There are many. So when I call these out, please don't get public, I'm telling them. So you are all priority, but in terms of where the flooding is going to come from, we're talking about Penal, Superior, Avocat, Penal, Superior, provide relief in areas such as Gulfview, Palmis, and Tampana Lane. The silting of detention pond in Debe to reduce flooding along the Debe Main Road. Trantrill Road, the silting works to mitigate flooding within the Trantrill and surrounding areas in St. Augustine. We have continuous road on the Caroni River, of course, on that on the river mouth, clearing that river mouth. To our citizens, I urge you to continue exercising caution. Please avoid, just as the minister just said, flood-prone areas and report any sign of infrastructure damage to your local authorities. They are your first responder, but not only that, they are not waiting to respond. They have been out there really being proactive in their work. And I want to say on behalf of the government that the safety of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago remain our highest priority. Now, the second and final issue or matter I want to bring to the public's attention is that the Cargo Star, by name of the boat, which is the cargo boat that plies between Trinidad and Tobago, and they call any cargo boat between Trinidad and Tobago the economic lifeline. That vessel goes on dry dock from about the 12th of July right into the 3rd of August. But that includes, it's not only the dry docking days, but there are 6 sailing days to the where it's been dry docked. And in light of that, that is part of why I was in Tobago yesterday. We are putting into service the TNT Spirit and the Guardian's Passage, the MV Guardian's Passage. Now they cannot, they can take a maximum of about 105 what do you call it, trucks for up to about from 7 to 10 tons, because for Tobago, you carry from Occident to Okro, you carry from bricks to bitumen, everything is transported to Tobago literally from Trinidad. So that cargo boat is essential. Now to take the what we call the dangerous cargo, such as the highly flammable and toxic materials such as chlorine gas for WASA, oxygen for the hospital, bitumen, nitrogen, propane, etc. We had to hire a barge that is called MV Emprem Ladora to take that. They can take the big containers and they can take the big bags of sand, etc. So basically, we are going to heighten. The reason we were talking to the stakeholders yesterday was to assure them that we are going to have some stockpiling days. So prior to that boat going off to dry docking, we are going to enhance the service of Cargo Star into Tobago to ensure that for the retailers who need to stock up, they will have the opportunity to do. And but as I said, basically what is being put on is not ideal, but it is sufficient to get the job done during that period. And of course, we are going to have a very intense communication campaign, which would have started from yesterday with notices to stakeholders and users about the schedule changes or alternate arrangement, some continued engagement with the affected, those who could be impacted, the business groups, dedicated personnel to ensure smooth operations, dedicated telephone, people on the ground, because we want to ensure within a 24-hour cycle that information and assistance is there. So no one feels helpless or concerned about the quality of service or whether they will have any service at all. That is not, there'll be no gap in that service, right? So we have looked at the challenges and do that gap analysis and put things in place to ensure that we can, as the part of the government's commitment to inclusive national development, that is, of course, between Trinidad and Tobago, we believe, and our Honorable Prime Minister has said so in very unambiguous terms, that she sees the strategic, she looks at the strategic infrastructure priorities for the island, including enhancement of the inter-island connectivity, and of course, ongoing port enhancement, etc. So this, based on what the Honorable Prime Minister has been saying, he has described the engagement as part of a new phase of side-by-side development grounded in mutual respect, shared responsibility, and a unified approach to national progress. She has emphasized that every effort is being made to minimize the disruptions in the Tobago's operation and called on all relevant stakeholders to adopt a results-driven, collaborative mindset to ensure the success during this period of transition. I thank you very much.
Good evening, members of the media. Thank you all for joining us, especially in these adverse weather conditions. And I know both my colleagues, Minister Amina and Minister John, would have given you some news with respect to the weather, but today I wish to bring some sunshine this afternoon. I am happy to announce that the Cabinet has agreed and we have approved a company's amnesty for those companies that may have been affected with respect to the filing of various post-incorporation documents. So we will have a waiver of penalties for late filing, which will be published by legal notice from the period January 31, 2025 to September 15, 2025. And this matter was in fact approved by the Cabinet today. So a company's amnesty, will be enforced, and I repeat again, from the 31st of January 2025 to the 15th of September 2025. It will be an amnesty that operates retroactively. And as you all know, with respect to what has happened at the company's registry, there was the introduction and the digitization of key services at the Registrar General's Department, in particular the company's registry. And this was in line with some of our obligations with respect to FATF and the Global Forum. In fact, when you look at the numbers with respect to cross and filing, there have been so far for the period 1st of January 2023 to the 26th of May 2025, the filing of over 87,835 post-incorporation documents, which includes annual returns both for profit and non-profit and external companies, notice of change of secretaries, notice of change of directors, and notice of change of address. And it was published earlier this year, I believe, in the newspaper that with respect to an audit that was done at the Register of the Companies, conducted as of the 16th of May 2025, that approximately 27,649 companies submit annual returns. The strike-off exercise that was done, and the Registrar General would have struck off over 46,671 companies for failure to file annual returns. The Registrar General would have issued public notices for various companies to become compliant with this. Now, with the introduction of the amnesty and the extension of this amnesty period, it provides an essential opportunity for companies wishing to remain active to fulfill their obligations without incurring late filing penalties under the Companies Act, and to provide for those companies that have been struck out due to non-compliance so that they can in fact now be restored on the register. The Registrar General will not exercise the power of striking out of the registrar during the registry during this amnesty period. And I will give you some statistics just now of not only private companies that were struck out from the register, but there are a list of state enterprises that were also struck out from the registrar and have been non-compliant with respect to provisions under the Companies Act. We have been, as Minister of Legal Affairs, the Law Association did write to me expressing their concern with respect to this matter, and they have also made a request with respect to the company's amnesty. And this is one of the initiative of a very caring administration where we listen, we consult, and then we act. So during this period of the amnesty, persons have had difficulties with respect to the online filings and so on. The Registrar General's Department is prepared during this period to implement an over-the-counter filing system to assist companies in fulfilling their obligations. And the service is designed to provide essential support during this transition, ensuring that companies can efficiently update their records and in fact achieve compliance. However, I'm reminding members of the public who are willing to avail themselves of this amnesty that they also have, while we have the over-the-counter filing, they must also be registered for companies' registrars account, the CRA, to facilitate the attaching of paper filing to the digital identity of the applicant and to ensure that the Registrar General upholds the integrity of the documents that were in fact filed. So this is us bringing some relief to persons, companies with respect to the non-compliance in Trinidad and Tobago. We know we are now regulated under rigid regulations because of our FATF, CFATF, and Global Forum requirements. And I want to share with you the names of the state enterprises that were in fact struck out and those state enterprises that are in fact in breach of the law, because I want to explain something to you. A state enterprise is incorporated, some of them, by way of the Companies Act. So it means that they have to comply with the regulations and the law of the Companies Act, just like any private company. The difference is that the shareholder in most of these state enterprises will be the corporation sole, which is the Minister of Finance. So they are obligated to comply with the provisions of the Companies Act. And every year on the anniversary date, the company has to file something called an annual return. If this annual return is not filed for a period of 3 years, the Registrar General has the power under the law to strike out the company. So the first company, and I'm sorry to disappoint Ms. John, is the National Marine and Maintenance Services Company Limited, a very critical company under the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. They were struck out on the 16th of January 2025. Tourism Trinidad Limited was struck out on the 10th of March 2025. So those two were struck out. These are the list of those companies that are now in breach of the law and have not filed their annual returns. Alutrint Limited, the Estate Management and Business Development Company Limited, known as EMBDC, ETEC, Export TT, Golan Grove Buku Limited, that was the company set up with respect to the Sandals project. Invest Trinidad and Tobago Free Zones Company Limited, Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited, and the last one is TTT. I think they're here with us. So TTT, your last annual return was filed in 2023. So these are all of the companies that have not filed their annual returns within the prescribed period of the law. So both state enterprises and also private companies, privately owned companies, will also be able to avail themselves of this period of the company's amnesty, as I said, to bring some relief to people in Trinidad and Tobago. So I thank you all very much, and we are now all open to questions.
No questions?
Thank you very much.
Harry, AZP News. My quick question is, Minister Amin, in terms of flooding, and in terms of children going to school, if they need to call anyone, is there a hotline or something that they can use to call?
Yes. We are advising anyone in flood-affected areas to contact their regional corporations at the earliest possible time if you have a student who has to go to school for exams tomorrow. And because of that, we were able to put several instances, put transport in place at various regional corporations. In some cases, our chairmen themselves participated in transporting the students. So any parent who has a concern, please contact your nearest regional corporation, local government councillor, or disaster management unit. And we have the transport in terms of trucks, we have the dinghies if the water levels come up much higher, and the troop carriers from the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment.
How many people have flooded out after night or in the morning? What is your advice to them? Do they call anyone? Do they stay? Do they, are there shelters for them to go, for example?
Yes, we have we have prepared several shelters to be activated. In those flood-prone areas, people are aware of where their shelters are, and we will also circulate through the media a list of shelters that will be activated. We also continue to share the phone numbers, the hotlines at every regional corporation for any person to contact. I also want to thank the media for its role in keeping the public informed, and I want to ask all media houses to ensure that the information you are sharing is up to date. A couple hours ago, I saw something posted, I think it was on, no, I know it was on CNC3's page, and that is an outdated memo that we would have sent out with regional corporations' contact information. The updated one also includes numbers for Tobago. So please ensure that you are sharing updated information as it comes from the Met Office, from the Disaster Management Unit, as well as what? Oh, this is it. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. So here you will see the city corporations, the borough corporations, the regional corporations, and the Tobago Emergency Relief. And this was issued more recently, so I ask you to please ensure that you are using this one. If you have trouble remembering, just remember yellow is the code. But please use these, okay?
Minister
Any
Hussain,
other questions? Go ahead.
The amnesty, can you just explain, does it go back, a few years? So if you didn't file, and you've been struck out now, does it go back a few years when you haven't filed?
Okay. So I think I understand what you're asking. If a company fails to have filed their documents, let's say 3 years ago, they can take advantage. Every month, there will be a penalty being attached, and that penalty will keep growing until they're ready to become compliant. That company can take advantage of having those fees and late payments waived. So therefore, no. So there are two things. A company, if it's struck out based on the Registrar General, 3 years or less, they have not paid the annual returns, filed the annual returns, the Registrar General can struck out. If it's more than 3 years, they will have to make an application to the court to be restored. If it's more than 3 years, if it's less than a 3-year period and they have been struck out, they can come back. But companies who are not struck out, they can in fact take advantage of the amnesty. Yeah. So that is one of the relief. And I forgot to mention, and that's such an important point that slipped me, is that this all took place within the last administration. Is either share incompetence or mismanagement at most of these state enterprises. And we have seen some of them still clutching on to power, and they have refused in some instances to resign. And this is some of the issues that we have identified based on their lack of performance over the last 9 years.
Hi, Sunil Lala, TDT News Minister. You spoke about, students being transported to these exams. Could you clarify in terms of whether any student would not have been able to sit the exam study, and if at all any makeup exams through CXCK?
I'm sorry you missed Dr. Dowlat. As Minister of Education, the Ministry of Education will be in a better position to report where students miss exams. What we are doing is providing support to ensure that all schools, all students do have the opportunity. What I know is that many students did make it to school without the support, but where students were terribly affected, I'll tell you, in the San Rafael area, in an area called Petersfield. I mean, we had students going to Port of Spain, San Francisco girls, coming up to Lakshmi Girls College. And many of those areas were, apart from the students, the area surrounding the students' home being flooded out, the route to get to the school was also flooding out. So we would deal with requests that come to us. The Minister of Education and the Ministry of Education have been very proactive. In fact, they compiled a list of schools that they felt were at risk of flood even before we did. And we have been working together even through the night. So tomorrow, this is a compulsory exam for all Form 6 students. So we want to ensure that they don't miss it. They have done the paper 2 already, and they only have to do the paper 1. So I really don't want to have to jeopardize them. As a mother, I know the work that a child puts into studying and preparing for exams. So we want to wish all our students good luck. And I have confidence in the Minister of Education based on his collaboration with us thus far to ensure that all students write their exams.
You mentioned counselors have been working hard, they have boots on the ground. This just mentioned that had started on May 13th, I believe, the flood mitigation program.
Yes.
How has the regional corporations been doing in terms of their readiness, their efficiency during the last 3 to 4 days?
What we have done is provided regional corporations from the day we launched this flood mitigation with additional manpower, technical support, additional equipment, so that they take turns sending their own equipment and labor to their neighbors, and then they return the favor, so that you have intense work in specific areas at a time and the removal of the debris, because when they clear drains, you must remove the debris. And because of that, you have a lot of those water courses who clear. So even though the flood, you did have some flooding, the water went down faster. I have been visiting regional corporations. Like, I get reports on a daily basis, but I find value in attending, going there myself. And most corporations have really maximized on this opportunity. They are really pushing. They are working day and night, late, all on the weekend, 2 o'clock in the morning. And there are some corporations whom I felt could do a little more in terms of not just their regular drain cleaning, but really pushing. And that is why I made it my business to sit with them and really drill down. This is not a UNC corporation exercise. This exercise is for every single region and every flood-prone area. And therefore, if a councillor does not do the necessary in terms of sending us the water courses to be cleared, making a request for additional equipment, and directing the labor from their district to clear those water courses, then they are doing an injustice to the people who live within that district. And I'm saying this is not a UNC or PNM exercise. All councillors, UNC or PNM, every regional corporation, it is your duty to be out there on the field and to make sure that this flood mitigation takes place in every region across Trinidad.
Minister John, just one question to you. Earlier today, I saw some social media videos that looked like the Manzanilla stretch covered in a significant, I almost mistaken it for the Caribbean River Basin. But I know we would have an issue a couple of years ago where, this roadway broke away. Has there been any assessment done prior to this, and is there any concern at this point in time?
We were actually on that. I was actually on that roadway maybe 2 weeks ago. I think the Minister of Local Government followed that visit. What they were doing was resurfacing the road. I think there was some other very extensive work going on there, because they were saying the water, you're very right, could extend over a mile or so when it starts flooding in that area. Now, with the level of rainfall we have had, it could happen, quite frankly. But hopefully we'll be able to preserve the surface, because to really put down the material, you need a period of sunshine, and we really have not had that. We have had the luck of, never mind, our logo is sunshine. We've had a lot of rain since we have come into office, and that has presented a challenge. But notwithstanding that, our people are again on the ground. The difference with us is that we know trouble will come. Okay, we can't avoid it. The difference is we show up. All right, so the roadway will be restored, and then we'll have the work necessary to ensure that it is brought to a level that is acceptable to the people who traverses it.
And just finally for me, I know you said the Cowstar will be going into dry docking. So
Mandatory dry
the
dock.
MV Emprendedora is not nothing new to us. We've known about it.
Yeah.
You made a mention that it's probably not sufficient enough, but are you
No.
satisfied that it would be sufficient given that we're going into the July-August
No,
vacation?
not the Emprendedora. I'm saying collaboratively, because the Cabo Star carries about 150 trucks every day. There will be a shortfall. I mean, you could do probably much better than me, because the Spirit, it carries about 75 vans. The Galleon about 30, so that's 100. The Emprendedora will carry about 18 or so of those what do you call it? The large containers, that is. So there will be a bit of a shortfall, and that is why we have said we have given a month look ahead, being proactive. So there'll be a period of enhanced service with the Cabo Star to ensure persons who wishes they can stock up in advance. All right. The stakeholders have assured us that the first 2 weeks will be okay. Right. It's the third week that will present that challenge. In the spirit of transparency. So we know what we are treating with. So definitely we'll ensure that there's enough capacity, even some additional sailing times with the Spirit Galleons passages, etc. All right. Yes, sir.
Yes, with respect to the dry docking of the Cabo Star,
Yes.
can you provide an update on Caridoc, which, well, the government would have commandeered from HCL back when?
What is the update on Caridoc? Caridoc is a place, I mean, you want to take away some of my best lines for next week. The dry dock sank, but that is a submersible. It's supposed to sink and come back up. It's not supposed to sink to the bottom of the ocean like a stone, and it has done so. It was sold, I think, for $1. The value was $10 million, sold for $1 to a company in Turkey, and it is working just fine in Turkey. So what has happened is we have lost about $22 million US in revenue over the last 2 years. And up to now, we can't have some fancy little dry dock that was supposed to come in. So basically, the former government was more or less destroying a company that should be bringing in, has real potential for Forex.
Right. And Mr. Minister Hussein, will the Coleman Commission of Inquiry report on CLICO, will that be laid in Parliament tomorrow? And would the government consider another inquiry into the previous government's handling of the liquidation process and dissipation of prime assets from 2016 to present, one of which Ms. John just described?
The Prime Minister told us to stay in our lane, so that's a lane that the Attorney General will have to drive on.
All right, just one other question, directly pertaining to what you would have mentioned a short while ago. Could there be any legal ramifications or loopholes emanating from the delisting of any of the state companies in respect of business conducted by these companies while they do not legally exist, so to speak?
That's a matter that definitely we'll have to look into. That's a very good question. With respect to the conduct of certain companies that may have been struck out, there are just two companies that so far we have learned that were struck out. The others that are in breach with respect to the failure to file annual returns, those companies still exist on the register. But the question with respect to the legal ramifications, that is something that we will have to consider and maybe get back to you on.
Joshua Simonga from Guardian Media. Actually, Minister, I was going to ask about the EMBD civil action case with Ramnat. Is it that is EMB firstly one of the companies that was already struck off, or is there?
No, EMBDC has not been struck off. They have just failed to file annual returns, and I can give you the dates. The EMDC did not file annual returns since 2022. We're now in 2025, so they are on the brink. So EMBDC did not file, they're still on the register. It's quite ironic that they have spent tens and tens of millions of dollars with respect to legal fees and other matters, but a simple exercise like filing an annual return, they couldn't file.
So you're not in a position this time to ascertain if the legal matters may be compromised in some way?
Well, no, this really is with respect to the failure to file annual returns, the company is on the register. In terms of the merits of those civil actions, I wish not to go into those matters.
And have any of the companies already paid the fees to be to come back on board and put every?
So far, the report that I have, I got this from the Registrar General. So it seems as though none of those companies have yet paid. I would imagine that now that the amnesty is announced, that they will also take advantage of this amnesty.
I just have a question for Minister John. Minister John, you paid a visit to Tobago. Can you give me an update about the Tobago terminal? When can we expect that to come into effect?
Well, that's a matter for the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister Eli Zakir. And as you have heard my my other colleague say, the Prime Minister says stay in your lane, although Eli is about flying in the sky. We of course there should be a what do you call it, Airport Authority Board in place very soon. There's a shared responsibility. NITCO, who would have been the project managers, they fall under the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, and then Minister Zakuru with the Airports Authority. So it will be very soon. We are not irresponsible like our predecessor, you know. What was spent was good taxpayers' money, all right? And I spent a good extension of time with the Chief Secretary, and he is all about the people's business, all right? And what this new terminal building will do for Trinidad and Tobago as a whole. So he's planning for when that old terminal building is vacated to use it as perhaps potentially as a space for private jets, because he has, I mean, the vision is very big for Tobago, as we spoke about a collaborative approach. Okay?
And what have you made of the ODPM's response? I know a colleague of yours had some words
Where?
in terms of the flooding response. Do you think they performed adequately?
Well, we are, listen, we are all working in the interest of the people. We don't want to beat people all over the head right now when folks are in crisis. All right, as MP Khadija Amin would have been telling, it is showing some people are up all night. Yeah, the local government people, my phone is filled with pictures. They're showing you they are around Gully Soccer. They're now posing as if they're Brad Pitt around all these drains and things now, because they're just busy on the ground. So I don't think this is a time for blame. What we do, hopefully there will be some kind of respite late tomorrow or the day after. We come together and we see how can we use state resources better, both human, what do you call it, the equipment and money to do a better job. All right, so that I think that there is where we are now. We are trying to really recover and help people who are in crisis. A lot of people are in crisis. Just a picture. This morning I got a photo of some pole leaning. So I just got a picture saying, "Thank you so much, Miss John. There's a new pole in place. Who do I thank? I'm thanking Mr. I thank Tech. You understand, for responding. That's what I'm saying. So it's a whole of Trinidad and Tobago approach right now. Neighbor helping neighbor, Khadija helping neighbor, and so on and so forth. Okay, thank you.
Before you step off the podium, James Levin,
me again?
slightly off your lane just a little bit with regards to the CAL, and we understand that the Cabo Star will be going on dry dock soon.
Yes.
Post-pandemic, pre-pandemic, there was late flights between Trinidad and Tobago on CAL. Now that the Cabo Star will be going to dry dock soon, will that be reintroduced? And how soon would that be reintroduced?
Cabo Star don't already carry passengers, you know. Cabo Star is a cargo boat. Yeah, you know, so you'll still have the Bucca Reef and the other one pressed into service. The Spirit and the Guardian's Passage. Well, the Guardian's Passage is a passenger boat, but because of the weight of the cargo, you wouldn't want to risk too many people on that. So it should all be adequate. But if it's not adequate, what you have is a responsive government. We ain't gonna watch people just suffer. I'm a Tobagonian. I wouldn't watch people sleep on the Porter's field, right? We'll make the necessary arrangements and respond to that. Okay.
Minister Hussein. Again, slightly off your lane, just a tad bit, but you are a minister, any ministry nonetheless, with regards to I think it was on Monday or Tuesday, there was a significant judgment in the appeal court with regards to $20 million payout plus to be made to 9 men. Will the state be appealing that?
Again, that's not my portfolio. I am the Minister of Legal Affairs. That's a matter with respect to the Attorney General. I'm not a minister in the Office of the Attorney General. the ministries have been split. There's the Office of the Attorney General now, and there's also the Ministry of Legal Affairs. That is not part of my gazetted portfolio, but that is a matter that you will want to engage the Honorable Attorney General on. You're asking me to collide. I don't switch lanes so easily.
Was it discussed or was it brought up in cabinet at all today?
Cabinet discussed several matters. I can assure you that was not one of the matters that we have discussed.
Any update with regards to the Venezuela impasse, if I can use that word? Was
Again,
that discussed in cabinet, and can you update us on that?
The deliberations of cabinet are confidential and secret. However, we are here to brief you on the various portfolio items that are under our ministry, so I could only answer to those questions.
Here goes. Tomorrow is supposed to be quite a big day in Parliament, quite a few things happening. Well, firstly, are we confident, is the government confident that given the state of all the flooding and everything, that we will actually be seeing Parliament convene? Okay, that's good. I'm seeing nods from the two on the head table.
Parliament is convening at 1:30 p.m. It will be the second sitting.
And of course, the second thing would be, well, there's a new commissioner of police being proposed and an acting deputy. So we have to try a thing and ask a question, whether lane or not lane. You still have to ask how you foresee it going.
Sure, and I know you will be tuned on to the debate tomorrow, so I expect that you will hear the various arguments being proposed by the government tomorrow. So it's a matter of a couple of hours again.
Thank you.
Minister John, question for you. Now that a new CAL board has been installed, how soon can the public expect to see improvements or changes in the operations of the entire Lanai Bridge?
I think we're talking about stay in your lane. Minister Eli Zachary is the Minister of Transport, but we share a building. He gets to work before me on mornings. That's not easy to do. It means he gets to work at 5:30. So I'm sure you will see immediate improvements, if I can speak on his behalf. Okay? Yes, he works. He gets to work early. Yeah.
Minister John, just one question for me. On Friday night, we would have seen an incident at the airport. I know the Minister of Civil Aviation, Eli Zachary, would have talked about this, but there was an apparent robbery at one of the, close to the arrival terminal. Well, not the terminal, when you come out, the arrival, just outside the airport. Has all measures been taken on what is going to be put in place to prevent this? Any update on this?
I can't tell you what has been done to prevent it, but I know I heard about discussions with the TTPS, etc. Nobody's happy about these things because it's all your public image and so on, international image even. So yes, there have been measures in place. Not only TPS, they have a local police, airport police. What they call it? That's what I'm saying. I heard they were discussing. I mean, but because it isn't quite related, I didn't really focus. But I do know he has been having discussions about ensuring this does not reoccur. Right.
Just finally from me, Minister, I mean, the effect on farmers, I'm not sure if you have any update on this. With regard to the effect on them so far, and if anything would be put in place post this event.
Yes, as a matter of fact, Minister Saddam Hussein is a minister in the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, and I will allow him to speak on that because the Ministry of Agriculture has been very active in flood mitigation.
So this is my lane now. With respect to matters involving the agricultural sector, we have received many complaints with respect to some of those farmers who have received damage due to the inclement weather with respect to their crops. The cabinet has in fact approved, and this was announced, that there was a collaborative effort between the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries to engage in the clearing of various water courses with respect to agricultural sites and developments and so on. So that is a matter that has been engaging our attention. We were fully briefed by the engineering division within the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries. where a priority list was given with respect to those watercourses that require cleaning. So therefore, when it rains, it doesn't flood the farmlands easily. That is a project that has in fact been approved by the cabinet already. Just 4 weeks into government, that project engaged the attention of the Honorable Minister Ratiram. With respect to the farmers' compensation and so on, those are discussions that we're having because everyone knows that there's a perennial issue in Trinidad and Tobago with respect to registration of farmers and the accessing of compensation and incentives. And that ties back to land tenure issues. That also is one of the areas which I look closely at the Ministry of Agriculture, because there are certain criteria that one has to meet with respect to being registered as a farmer in order to access compensation grants and so on. So that is a matter that we have close to our desk in terms of receiving active attention to bring relief to farmers and so on.
And just a follow-up to that, is it a situation where it's a widespread all farmers being affected in all areas? What is the most affected areas in terms of farmers at this point?
So there are various areas. I know just yesterday I received complaints with respect to what is taking place at Orange Grove. That is an area. A couple of weeks ago, Minister Amin and Minister Ratiraman, they would have toured the Arangwes area also. So there are several areas that are affected. As the hours go by, we keep getting continuous reports that are in fact being affected, which we could probably share with you with respect to a comprehensive list of those areas that are in fact affected by the torrential rainfall and farmers in particular.
Just apart from the ground reports, the reports on ground and stuff, do you have any sort of area surveillance via drones or so as to some of the affected areas?
So with respect to the Ministry, with respect to the Ministry of Agriculture, so far I can tell you on our end, we have not conducted the aerial surveillance with respect to those matters. I don't know if Minister Amin or Minister John.
Yes.
Yeah, so Minister, those images will be generated by the other ministries and will be shared with us. I can tell you that the three ministries are working very close together with respect to this issue. And I would give you some information also that what we discovered at the Ministry of Agriculture is this. There's a company called PSAEL, and they in fact would, and more of this will come out with respect to the media review and so on, where this company was mandated through an MOU to prioritize various agricultural sites for the clearing of drainage, building, infrastructure, roadway, and so on. And a particular loan was taken for this particular project. What we learned from the Ministry of Agriculture is that right before the general election, leading up to the general election, that company was being instructed by the political directorate, not calling a name, it was being instructed by the political directorate to, instead of fixing farmlands and agricultural sites, but rather building box drain and paving roads in marginal constituencies leading up to the general election. So when farmers are flooded, they have ignored the priority list provided by the technocrats in the ministry where we should have placed the focus on, but it was being used or abused right before general election, paving roads and building box drains in marginal constituencies. I could tell you it took place right in the St. Joseph, the Arangwes St. Joseph constituency. And you have farmers in Arangwes who are today reeling because of the effects of the torrential rainfall. But
Just to talk about that, we visited a farmer in the Asgora constituency south just a couple of weeks ago when there was some torrential rainfall. So they spoke about floodgates not being functional enough. Is this something that's going to be a priority in terms of ensuring?
sure. That is an issue. It crosses both the constituency of Baratasawa and the constituency of Arangwes St. Joseph. That is a matter I spoke to Ms. John about already with respect to the flood pumps and the floodgates in the area. So it's a twofold issue with respect to the gates and the functioning of the floodgates and also the flood pumps. Because where that area is located, it bounds the Caroni River and the land is much lower than the Caroni River, so the water cannot flow over the bank. So therefore you have to manually, through pumps and so on and gates, let the water escape. So Currently, you have to wait until the Caroni goes down before the gates are open so the water can come out of the land. And where the flooding is so bad, the pumps should have been coming on. It has been 5 years ago I have been the MP for Barter San Juan. I have every single year I would complain about these flood pumps at the El Socorro site. I did, in fact, Ms. John knows that I raised it with her. And that is something that is receiving the attention also of the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. I know the Prime Minister is still in cabinet, and we have to get back into cabinet. So I thank you all very much.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share, and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life. And as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And then here to look at which platform is working best regarding.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share, and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life. And as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE. We originate, not imitate.
Come on, be while you fix it. Come on, be while you fix it. Come on, me. Come on, be while you fix it. Come on, be while you fix it. Come on, be while you fix it. Jesus, come on, me. Cover my head. Satan want me dead. Cover my back from human attack. So Jesus, come on, be while you fix it. Come on, be while you fix it. Jesus, come on, be while you fix it. Jesus, come on, me. People see you smile, but don't hold the hurt that you're feeling. Even as God's child, at times your heart does be bleeding. Where can you go when you're really looking for healing? Who know how to flow when your soul needs some restoring? So Jesus, come on, be while you fix it. Come on, be while you fix it. Come on, be while you fix it. Jesus, come on, me. Come on, be while you fix it. Come on, be while you fix it. Come on, be while you fix it. Jesus, come on, me. Cover me home from evils unknown. Cover my feet so I'll never retreat. Oh Lord, come on, be while you fix it. Come on, be while you fix it. Come on, be while you fix it. Jesus, come on, me. Cover my brother, cover my sister, them who under pressure. Cover, 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 cover the preacher, every church worker, the young believer. Cover, 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 the worship leader and intercessor, every gospel minister. Cover, cover, cover. Jesus alone is the one who has the real answer. throne is the true and loving Father. He will hold your hand and keep you from going under. He will make you stand and let you know he's a fixer. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it, Jesus. Cover me while you fix it, Jesus. Cover me. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it, Jesus. Cover me while you fix it, Jesus. Cover me. Cover me, man. You know the struggle sometimes. Cover me mouth, that the wrong thing wouldn't come out. Oh Lord, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it, Jesus. Cover me. Cover the Christian in the midst of aggression with the power of your right hand. Jesus, cover, cover, cover them helpless children. Jesus, defend them. Send help from heaven. Jesus, cover, cover, cover all them radio stations that blessing the nation. Grant divine protection. Jesus, cover, 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 cover me, cover me, cover me.
Truer words were never spoken. The less you associate with some people, the more your life will improve. Anytime you tolerate mediocrity in others, it increases your mediocrity. An important attribute in successful people is their impatience with negative thinking and negative acting people. As you grow, your associates will change. Some of your friends will not want you to go on. They will want you to stay where they are. Friends that don't help you climb will want you to crawl. Your friends will stretch your vision or choke your dream. Those that don't increase you will eventually decrease you. Consider this. Never receive counsel from unproductive people. Never discuss your problems with someone incapable of contributing to the solution, because those who never succeed themselves are always first to tell you how. Not everyone has a right to speak into your life. You are certain to get the worst of the bargain when you exchange ideas with the wrong person. Don't follow anyone who's not going anywhere. With some people you spend an evening. With others, you invest it. Be careful where you stop to inquire for directions along the road of life. Wise is the person who fortifies his life with the right friendships. If you run with wolves, you will learn how to howl. But if you associate with eagles, you...
Let me say a special hello to all the WZYE 95.9 FM listeners. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's in the village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And folks, as you get in, do your WZYE civic duty. Share the live, share the live, share the live. WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook, WZYE TV and YouTube. And of course, you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444. And you know this is how we start the thing.
It have our place, WZYE, where they treat you like friends and family. So if you're looking for a place to belong, going WZYE, you could come along. If you have haste, do come with me. We do have Dad on WZYE, Santa Menete.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the resident love doctor himself, Dr. Rennie Muhammad.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life. And as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we really do honor that. We mean that. We mean that. We mean that. We mean that.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station. We're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE. We originate, not imitate.
And gentlemen, of course, ladies and gentlemen, your access to do. We wanted to make that song the anthem song, and we introduce it now. Our good buddy, Mr. Florida boy, Mr. Florida, Tommy, Mr. Florida, come good, come good. This is Mr. Florida right here. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is the man himself, Mr. Florida boy, Mr. Florida, come good with that one. He come good, he come good, he come good. But let me bring in the young man himself, the young man from somewhere up in the country.
Me that.
They just call him a country bookie. I don't know where's that country.
Me that. Country bookie and me.
Yeah, country bookie, are you?
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on, Professor?
You're taking that so? You're taking that just so?
Yeah, man. I love the country. I love the country, Professor.
Yeah. But you think Mr. Florida come good now? He come good?
Mr. Florida on the point right through.
Yeah, he passed the muster. He passed the muster test.
Oh yeah, man. He's a winner. He's a winner. He's definitely a winner.
Yeah, he passed the muster test. Yeah. Mr. Florida, you passed the muster test. Yeah. So Tommy, we had the press conference. We hear all different type of things coming out of the press conference, and we know that the government is at work and working very hard. But Tommy, I saw a story that the government recalled, is it 10 or 12 ambassadors? I think it's 10 or 12.
10.
10 of them. And a fella, what is that fella name again, boy?
The one from South Africa?
Yeah, the one from South. I forget.
The one from Brazil, he said no problem. The one from South Africa, find out they rush him.
Yeah, and he had to go and get his clothes, and they ain't gave him no time.
Yeah, he ain't gonna say goodbye.
Tommy, after April 28th, cancel Christmas, it's over. You should, when the two former prime ministers, Tommy, but let me ask a question. Let me digress a little bit. We had 3 prime ministers in 1 year. You think that's a record?
I would say so.
So, folks, I'm asking the question. Do you think having 3 prime ministers in 1 year is a record? 3 prime ministers, you know what I mean? Anyway.
I think the shortest prime ministerial spell in history of Trinidad would be this year.
Yeah. What's the name again, boy? I got a name for you. Government we call 10. Dr. Lovell Francis. Yeah. Like, he didn't know. He didn't understand. Once 10 o'clock on the 28th, and they lost,
You gotta start packing.
Right away.
You start packing and be ready to move.
Yeah, he should have started Bitcoin. Hold on. He should have started packing and be ready to go. But they didn't give you enough notice. What wrong with the Bitcoin? Welcome.
Good night. Uncle Tommy and Professor Wall Street.
Yeah.
Well, the man enjoying the 10 years, 10 days up, and the man enjoying himself.
I almost thought you was gonna say 10 days, you know. You say 10 years.
Well, 10 years, 5 years, whatever you want to call it. He was enjoying himself. He was having a nice time because I never hear nothing from South Africa with them. Them fellas just enjoying things there, you know. Remember that ambassador job? How much thing he had to do over there? Now, one day, an incident might occur, but they are paid for vacation, taxpayers free vacation. They're going all about the place there, enjoying the African sunshine and moonlight and all them things, and seeing all the elephant and all that. He going to see all that, and not me, you know. And yeah, the latest with this story. I should say that Cinderella story, a movie that they have playing there in Venezuela. They find our next boat with guns.
Yeah, I see
but them
something with
shouldn't-
that. I see something with that. With the boat with guns.
Yeah, this one minister of justice of that Venezuelan people are there. He's a comedian, you know. He's a man wanted and all by the Americans, eh? So you know what's going on there with them. That story keep changing, you know. And I tell you, that is one of the biggest comical things for this sort of country to run with that foolish narrative, eh? But you know, somebody say something, Professor Wall Street. Remember the 1990 coup was by the citizens of this country? So they say, you know, watch the people that they're bringing in this country, you know, which is the Venezuelans, because remember some of them have special training. So you can never tell if they can cause some kind of incitement or some kind of thing. I don't know if they're that crazy enough to do that. But the other watch them cookie eye too, right? Because some of them come here with military training. You know who the hell come in here too. Because Fitzgerald Hines, Dr. Rowley, Stewart Young, all of them cause these people to come in here undocumented. A lot of them come in here because of that cross border. And them are the own up to that, you know. You understand? But they want to take charge of all of that. Any oil fine, any gas fine, they're taking responsibility for that. Yes, we put in the pipeline, we negotiate that. But they wouldn't take charge for all these stupidness and narco thing that's happening in this country, border between here and Venezuela. I thought that since when Trinidad is a shipment point for guns to leave here. I know the other way around. Or Venezuela telling that story and saying we shipping guns to them. Come now, man. This story ain't making no sense. It's a dead horse, I tell you. Dead horse, and they notice they ain't going through the diplomatic channels, you know. They're not bloating it out. Yeah, because they're not communicating through the all those so much trying to get communication from them. They're not communicating it. They're just taking things and posting it up. And yeah, lo and behold, CNC3 seem to be the mediator because them collecting all the information and posting it up before everybody else know about it. Right? I tell you, the media out for this government and they really out for them. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Yeah. So here's the story, eh? A story in the what is this here? The Guardian. South fisherman confirmed in TNT Venezuela impasse is Trini.
Yeah.
Is no terrorist. Residents of fishing community in South Trinidad have confirmed that a man Venezuelan authorities claim was part of a group allegedly caught plotting to destabilize their government is indeed Trinidadian. However, they are still in disbelief that he could be part of such a plot. The man identified as Gis Kendall Geron by Venezuelan Justice Minister Diosdado Cabello is originally from Gibbs Strait, Claxton Bay, but residents said he has been living in the Otaheite Bay area.
Otihiti.
Otaheite. Yeah, Tommy, I
It's all right.
I ain't grow up there. Otaheite. That's what
Yeah.
it is. All right,
Yeah.
all right. Otaheite. It sounds like Chumakak, boy. And people
Yeah.
that, yeah, it sounds like that. Okay. Otaheite. What is that? French? Spanish?
It sounds like French.
Okay. Otaheite Bay area before reportedly leaving for Venezuela 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, the fella in Venezuela. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
However, during a visit by Guardian Media yesterday, locals who knew him by the nickname Ambrose and Kendall Gibbs said the allegations being made against him do not align with the man they remember. He normal, he's no terrorist. One fisherman told Guardian Media, shaking his head. Another man said to be close to Jaron laughed off the claims made on Venezuelan state television. Kendall don't have that type of rank. He not into that, he said. At Otaheite
Yeah.
Bay, however, those who know Jaron said he was shady. A source who requested anonymity said He was previously known as Kendall Gibbs before reportedly he changes the name upon moving to Venezuela. People right through the peninsula know Kendall. He brings in goods from Colombia, he said. The source also said Kendall had survived multiple kidnappings over the years, allegedly at the hands of Venezuelan criminal elements. He used to sell fish here before he left, a normal, regular guy, another fisherman said. People say all kind of things about him, that he had a Venezuelan wife, but around here, he was just Ambrose. Everybody know him. Other locals claim Duran had connections in both Venezuela and Titi and was known for facilitate certain operations at the bay. You want something to come in, Kendall will link you, said one source. Although he admitted those days seems long past. Several residents confirmed that Duran's family had distanced themselves from him in recent years. One source said he had reached out to relatives from abroad, reportedly during incarceration, seeking financial help and clothing. Despite the swollen rumors and serious allegations from Caracas, many in Otahiti remain skeptical about the allegations made by the Venezuelan government. He wasn't no kingpin, said one elderly fisherman, and I doubt he was trying to overthrow any government. Speaking during his television program, Con El Maso Dando last week, Cabello alleged that Duran was part of a terrorist group attempting to enter Venezuela via TT. Holding up a phone while addressing the audience, Cabello said the man was captured last Monday and is currently detained under close protection with respect for human rights. In response, Prime Minister Kamla Prasad-Bissessar swiftly dismissed the claims with the Ministry of National Security and the Minister of Defense, both stating there is currently no evidence to support the allegations. Prasad-Bissessar also called on the Coast Guard to use deadly force against any unidentified vessel that attempted to enter TNT waters from Venezuela. So there you have it, Tommy. Tommy, it's simple enough.
Yep.
If Venezuela have evidence he's a terrorist,
Present it.
just present the evidence. And I hear, I follow that radio station. Who's that? Who on 104.7 earlier? I ain't sure.
Amar,
But I still own it.
I thought that's on 104.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that 104. I hear you make, it has some people tell me. That fella is the first man in the Western Hemisphere to take a big business and make it small.
Wow.
Earlier, I just talk about it, yeah. They say he's the first man in the Western Hemisphere to take a big business and make it small. Tell me what business did it own again?
Toyota.
No, it was called it had a certain name, man. They call it a certain name. Some kind of motor, some people gonna know why they call it. You used to go there and buy a car, and you used to get it a year later. Somebody in the chat go tell me. Somebody need to chat go tell me. So I'm gonna go to the chat real quick here. So in first today, early o'clock, very early, was no other than Volsang, VS. And he gloating and boasting, him, I beat them. I whip them. Did I? Yeah, VS. Yeah, you look them up. Oh, look at you. Mr. Florida just done it for me. Amar Motors. That's what it was called.
Okay.
Yeah. Amar Motors. Somebody tell me that he will go down in history in the Western Hemisphere as the first man to take a. Amar is my real partner, though, you know. I ain't gonna lie, yeah, he's my partner.
So that's how you just talk about your partner, boy?
No, but I just saying what people tell me, you know. Like, like I just repeating why. Tommy, just say, Tommy, you say Wall Street boy, you know, that fella. Yeah, defender, hold on. They say Wall Street, that fella is the first fella in the Western Hemisphere. I said the Western Hemisphere, boy, to take a big business and make it small. I say, we defender, welcome.
Yes, and I talk to me on Wall Street.
Yeah.
Uncle Tommy, I hear the future talk.
Eh?
Uncle Tommy, I heard him on the future talk.
Uncle Tommy was on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Uncle Tommy running the future talk.
Way what? Tommy, you
Wall Street.
Eh?
I think I know why the business was so small. I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
I ain't telling you. I ain't telling you. We go need about 2 disclaimers. I'm gonna tell you. I believe we can read between the lines. Read between the lines why the business went down.
Yeah, nah. Defender. It's just some fellas say, I went to and I said, boy, Wall Street. This is the first time in the Western Hemisphere. I said, the Western Hemisphere? That real large, boy. They say for a man
If somebody help him, if a person help him, Wall Street. Somebody help him to go reach there.
Eh?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you who.
Call names.
Nah, I ain't calling no names. You ain't putting me in no trouble, Wall Street. But listen, she's not alone. He's not the only history, mate.
What is the next one?
He's also going on the history book that the only man went up against a government for 9 years, and in the 9th year, changed back to them. Couldn't go in the press conferences for 9 years, and change, and in the last moment, he decided to support them when they lost.
Yeah, I just said that next one. In all of the elections in Trinidad, he went up. He get the lowest amount of votes ever. I don't remember that.
And all he lost, he tried Pancho and Bago. He tried internal for the UNC. But as he said internal for the UNC was. I gotta bring up that point. Well, should you remember the UNC has happened internal election?
Correct. Yes.
Every night that newscast.
Yeah.
You know the PNM in disarray. And we hearing nothing about it on the news.
And Defender have a video too with the fella from the People's Champion, Hove Masai Sai, talking about
that trap. I some about Wall Street.
Yeah.
But apparently, when I was in the red camp for a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And I had a case against the state.
Right.
So I was sent there, right? She said, me real good. Wall Street, the day I decided to step out,
cancel
files lost. I was to change that. There's a serious story in Wall Street.
Yeah.
I had to change attorneys. But I'm not taking it as so it's something before the court still, so I won't go too far in it.
Yeah, man.
But them, Wall Street, it's good. It's good. They still squad for 9 years. We want to hear them now. What should you talk me that? Yeah. Anybody was squad for 9 years, I don't want to hear them. No time now.
We don't want to hear them.
Nobody. None. Enjoy evening. Uncle Tommy, I watch you.
Same to you.
But wait, not Tommy. You're jumping, boy. What make you jumping, Tommy?
Jumping where?
The man say you're jumping the future talk, boy. I don't know. Was you?
No, I really appreciate what them brothers doing, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're creating a balance because the fourth estate only into rhetorics.
One set of rhetorics. Oh, just sure that says Wall Street. Our father used to assemble cars in TNT. When his father died, the business went down. Oh, what I why to say make it small? Marjorie says they really meant it when they said when the UNC and everybody wins, even the PNM MPs had no choice but to step up and work because the UNC have boots on the ground and is getting things done. Yeah, the UNC getting things done. I no joke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, Tommy, is there any truth to that they used to wait a year for a car?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I remember my uncle, God rest his soul now, he had ordered a Ford Cortina.
Eh?
And he waited a whole year for the bloody thing.
What? A year, boy?
Yep.
Tommy, look your partner who does write the thesis. You write half a thesis now. PNM Fox. Large companies can go bankrupt. There's no
And do go bankrupt.
Huh?
They can and they do go bankrupt, he said.
Okay, can and do go bankrupt.
This is true.
Yeah, let me take this call. KFC. KFC.
Hi, good night, Mr. Watson and Uncle Tommy, man.
Good night, man.
What's up, KFC?
Very down there, man. As I see the UNC and people have done the ground and getting the work done. I see the transport minister down in City Gates about 7 o'clock yesterday. I see Penny or Penny or something like that. She in the flood waters now. After 9 years. But I was talking about PNM Amara talking about.
He's PNM now? He's PNM now?
Yeah, you really went across me in the last stages there. Yeah, you know what in the radio station, you know?
Yeah,
Cry, baby.
104.7. Yeah. My partner over there. Daily cry, baby, boys.
Daily cry, baby across there.
Yeah, the cry.
I see Tats and a memo, and I was just that thing in it. We can say we supposed to say. I mean, I just say you get a memo from Tats.
What memo is that? What's
Like
the memo?
certain things, I can't say certain things.
We are not on the top, my friend.
But KFC, you had a memo?
Oh.
Send the memo for me.
I was going to get a thing and I was there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, bless. I inside.
Yeah. Banmeha says, picked up some Toyota reps at Piaco and took them around. They could not find anyone in TNT to set up the distribution, and Amma stepped up. Okay. What does that mean? What does that mean?
He said he picked up some Toyota reps at Piaco and took them around.
What does that mean? I them PNM people, I just can't understand what they be saying sometimes, seriously. Like them just writing gibberish, man. What did they be trying to say sometime, Tommy?
I don't know. Look like.
Wait. Caribbean Soul. I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Translate this first. Caribbean Soul we translate, right? Right? Hold on. Let me put that back up on the screen. Hold on. Yeah. Caribbean Soul. Translate that on the screen there for me, please. Because I don't understand what I'm trying to be saying. COP, welcome.
Professor Walsh, good night to you. Good night to you, Uncle Tommy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know when you say I just can't understand what them PNM say. If you could only see your face, when you say that, all your eyebrows and them get chinky again. I really can't understand what they're saying.
I'm serious. I just serious, I just can't understand when them type something in a word. It's like, like I don't know if they copy and pasting or if they're pasting and copying and they have it backwards. If they're pasting, then copying, or if they're copying, then pasting. I ain't even know. Because
what good about it?
Yeah.
What good about it? You just still read the message.
I just read
what good about it?
And that is the thing, you know. I sometimes I feel like trying to embarrass them. I'm trying to embarrass all you call it, if all you put it in the chat, there's a 99% chance it go get on the screen. It's Ban Meha and PNM Fox. Well, sometimes I just want to put Gordon Dryden Joseph thing up on the screen because sometimes Caribbean Soul do be in the chat and he can't interpret it for me. So I wait till he come back and then I just put it up on the screen.
Caribbean Soul is at the but I just asking you to go back. When the program finishes, you go back and look at your face when you say you just can't understand them.
I don't go look at it. I don't go look at it. How to do that? How to do that?
Trinidad and Tobago under flood, but people crying out for assistance. I see the army in the flood water moving out babies and allocating people to higher grounds, and then we give them 10 out of 10 for that. And it's so amazing to see the work that a female woman, a woman, Khadija Amin, had to be doing. A young woman, beautiful young woman, outside in the flood water, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the night, whole day. Keith Rowley, what you do for this country? Faris Alwari, what you do as Minister of Rural Development? Rohan Sinanana, what you do to this country as Works and Transport Minister? Because citizens of this country, all the river courses, all the 6 feet drains and things full up. That is what the government working on right now. 10 years, you tell me, we had a government could not clear those courses and them. 10 years. 4 years a local government minister under Faris Alwari. You could not even clear 5% of the water course on them. It's so sad to see that we had an administration 10 years. And 10 years, what they do to this country, and an administration that now come in, headed by a female young lady, had to be clean, all in that dirty water and thing. And the PNM still trying to condemn the United National Congress for the work that they're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not interested. I am not interested in seeing Beckers walking in flood. I am not interested in that. That's what they create. They create that flood.
Yep.
You tell me, Professor Wall Street, the Ministry of Works and Transport for the past 10 years received over $65 billion to ease the stress and the burden of the floods in this country and for proper roads. And we have the worst. What did they do with that $65 billion? The Ministry of Local Government under Faris Alwari for the 4 years spent over $4 billion. What did you do with those money? How come our river courses was not cleared and our places in so much of bush? And next thing they didn't do, Professor Wall Street and listeners all over the world, we have a snail problem in this country.
Wow.
They leave that gesso after those rains fall all over the country. You see Keith Rowley, Faris Alwari, Stuart Young, and Rohan Sinanan crawling all over the country, the PNM crawling all over the country right now after the flood. Because that's what they are. They are the snails of the governance of this country. And leave it for government now coming in office to do all these work.
5 weeks. 5 weeks.
You know how it is. 5 weeks.
5 weeks.
And how to do all these work. When mothers and fathers flooding out right now, Professor Wall Street, it is very, very sad and heartbreaking to see senior citizens living in community and the past administration deny the development of those communities and clearing the water courses. Today we see the mothers and fathers lying down sleeping and they get up in water when they lie down in the bed. 12 o'clock in the night, 1 o'clock in the morning, they're feeling the bum wet. What's going on over there when they put a foot for 3 feet of water in the house? Who to blame for that? The weather? We pay people, the PNM spend over $500 billion and more than $500 billion to ease that stress in this country. And none of the stress was eased. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay, let me see. Okay. Only forgive Banma. Banma say, I'm typing on an iPhone. Sometimes it's hard to see what you type. I hope all you could forgive. Banma, we forgive you. We forgive you. We can forgive. But you what to do? Before you send it, before you press send it for PNM Fox or send it for Patty so they can read it before they send it. I mean, I don't know if it go help you. Don't send it to Gordon Joseph though. I know if it go help you, but send it. Send it and see what happens. Just send it. Mr. Florida, welcome.
Hey, good night, Mr. Anson. Good night, Mr. Tommy. Good night, all the callers, all the texters, everybody. And live up to everybody here on this Tuesday to about this. Yeah. But me, how we get an iPhone from? The eye doctor or that's not Apple?
Hey, that phone, is not iPhone. That's an e-phone.
No. You know what the sign, the Apple with the part bite out. He have a pair with the part bite out. You know them generic China man phone. Look what them fellas are so I don't want to see it there, but here when you say he typing an iPhone, so he making a mistake. Is that autocorrection?
Oh, wait, you see, he say an iPhone, EYE is an iPhone.
Them men we love represent we look on this day.
Right. Yeah. Hey, folks, after the top of the hour, Southwestern UNC and proud welcome.
Pleasant good night to you, Professor, and Uncle Tommy on the other side, and to all the listeners of the Tri-State.
Good evening.
Uncle Tommy, listen to this. Just let me rewind the clock a little bit, the cuckoo clock. Just before the general election, when it had the flood under the PNM, our esteemed political leader, Ms. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, was out and about. And these PNMs, activists and them, who have no respect, no honor for their own brothers and sisters. So what she doing in the flood like that, the whole she had to cross the road and to walk in the flood.
Yeah, correct.
And all kind of stigma.
Yes, you're right.
And then we rewind a little backward when our esteemed political leader, Ms. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, SC, had get the contractors, John Public, who had machines, to go in and clear some areas in the flood-prone areas. For us thinking Harari, stop it, and Sinan and them, they stop it. They say, no, that is for the government to do. Now the government changed, and the people and the citizens wake up and they realize what the PNM led by Keith Christopher Rowley was doing to them. No, these same people who was in the cabinet, then we will say cabinet, we will say the buffet. You know, long time we grandmother had a safe in the kitchen, you used to have all the snack and sugar and oil and for one thing. Yeah. Penelope was in that same cabinet. Faris, Foster Cummins, Marvin Gonzalez, and them sit down idly by. And in Sandy Grandi, with under Rohan Sinanan, because of development, the hush and threaten people not to talk about the water courses. Declared. Look at it today. Without any money and any new spending to buy equipment, and he wanted to, Grasshopper machine will remain in the local government hand. They fix them halfway and they said that they put them together to make it as a team. To have an army of machine. It looked like an army of machine coordinated now just to clean and desert them rivers and them. You telling me with Faris Avari, local government ministry, which is allocate $200 million, could not do it. But Karisha Amin, the honorable minister, using the resources and the workers from the corporation to get the work done. Tell me how that must adding up. What the PNF was doing with the money, what they was doing and not purchasing the equipment, and still on top of that was starving the corporation and them for funding. Professor Wall Street, no penny, want to say she's a new look, and she's like, long time when they find out 5 cents and it was black. Used to put it in the sun, throw some sun on top of it, and take me heel and rub it, and it used to shine up.
Yeah.
I feel that was she doing. But what I want the PNM grassroots supporters to do is to vote out she slate, and you see the 3 lawyers who vying for the position, put them 3 new blood in front. Because you know why? You could not disrespect your supporters for 10 years. I want to come on to hold on for the executive and the PNM. It's time to change them. Thank you, Uncle Professor and Uncle Tommy.
Yeah, man.
I'll call back later.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's interesting, Tommy? That the PNM, yes, the PNM, was talking about all kind of thing about the UNC internal election. All kind of thing.
Yep.
And their internal election is worse. Corruption, scandal, and it goes back to 2022. Right? Because these guys, Masai was running back in 2022. Right? They never hear them kind of thing coming out from the UNC with respect to what the PNM doing. The PNM is the biggest propaganda machine in government and in their internal elections. The only way them know how to win is through propaganda, misleading people, and then getting the activists to mislead people as well. But that ain't working here tonight. That ain't working no more. That is not working anymore. Yeah? It ain't working no more. Because we are the recipe for it. Yes, we are the recipe for it. We have the recipe. Yeah? Yeah, we are the recipe. Exactly happened on April 28th. People ain't taking that. They ain't taking falling for them red tricks no more, you know.
True.
They're not falling for them red tricks no more. They have to come new. And it's when they say they have to come new, it's all of them have to go. All of them. The political leader, Penelope Beckers, Faris a la carte, a la rental, whatever they call him. Colin Booth. Right? Well, Stuart Young done gone already. Dr. Roddy messed up Stuart Young's political career. You understand? I think he had the shortest drive to the political cemetery. Shortest drive. Yeah. He had Tommy.
We could walk.
Eh?
We could walk with it.
Yeah, you can walk with it. You can walk with it. To the political cemetery. The shortest ever in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Stuart Young. Right? And Dr. Rowley set him up. Dr. Rowley set up the man and he take chain up. He take chain up from Dr. Rowley and he get the shortest walk to the political cemetery. Defender, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, there's a quick one. Yeah. Uncle Tommy and watching our only tell me fully agree with me.
Yeah.
And though when you say Stuart Young in the political cemetery, Wall Street, a political leader of any party could choose 3 deputy political leaders. You realize Camille go for nothing, Amber go for nothing, and Stuart go for nothing. Wall Street, do not be distracted.
Defender.
They are right, they coming back.
Defender. If Penny want to have 1 foot in and 1 foot out, let's put Stuart Young as a deputy political leader. Let's put him.
Well, the last time I call a program, and I said, Keith Lucifer Rowley is going to put Stuart as the Prime Minister. A man who claims he's the King of Airways said, if that ever happened, he'll never call radio, but I still hear him calling. Well, I don't know why he's saying it.
Yeah.
Remember, I the first one told you this. Mark this day, today's what? Today's the 12th of June.
12. Yeah.
Camille Robinson Regis, Stuart Young, and Tom Imbert, 3 deputy political leaders of the People's National Movement. I said it first. Enjoy your saying it.
Yeah, man. All right. Defender. We holding that against you. Tommy, let's go for the break. But when we come back, folks, don't go nowhere. Have a video for all you about the PNM miseducation, and all you wouldn't believe who is the leading character in this miseducation. Stick and stay. We'll be right back. It's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life. And as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE, we originate, not imitate.
And of course, we are back with you. It's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Don't forget, folks, as soon as you get in, do your civic duty, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also at 973-609-6509, 973-609-6509. As the professor said, share that live. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And then we're here for them.
So, folks, there is a person by the name of GJ or GDGJ, right, Tommy?
Okay.
And you know it's raining in Trinidad and Tobago today, right? It's raining in Trinidad and Tobago.
Lots of rain.
So a red birdie sent me this video, and they say you wouldn't believe what Gordon Dryden Joseph did. I said, oh, you just listen to In the Village. The person say, yeah, but I just take a thief. Because the person is a red birdie. Say, just take a little thief and watch or listen. You understand? So the person sent me this video. I want you all to look at this video. Eh? Just look at it. Eh? I was sent this today by a little red birdie. if you all didn't know what Gordon and Joseph look like, I said that. Tommy, that had me cracking up, man. I cracked up, man. I said, wait. I said, I ain't understand that one, Tommy. I ain't understand.
What a
But,
thing.
yeah, but Tommy, did you see where the Prime Minister had cabinet today? A cabinet? Where she had a cabinet today? Take a look at this. Watch this. When you talk about innovation, watch this. This is the Red House. This is the Red House, folks. Watch it. Let me play it again. The Red House. Cabinet in the Red House. Look. Yeah, you see? I mean, boy, they can say what they want. They could talk all kind of things. But, I mean, everywhere you turn, Tommy. 5 weeks, eh? In 5 weeks. 5 weeks. Yeah, KFC. Yeah.
We say you jump off on top of.
Yeah, the man jump off. Tommy, I know if you get that one, eh? But you know. Go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Watson is smart like a frog, but now what that shelter?
He's smart too bad. He real smart.
Yeah. You're smart fella. But Mr. Watson, let's take a let people and let's take a photo shot of the thing now. But Uncle Tommy, I know you know all on that tat. I know you don't think that's for him out there. You down here. And I that fresh water and can come back home. I get reported. But the 21 I was on the flight, so I back home.
All right, no worries.
I don't know,
Yeah,
bless.
I just saw a call coming. They call back. I see a call, boy. Scandal in the PNM internal election.
Yeah, you asked me if I get it.
Eh?
You asked me if I followed what was going on.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Caller, welcome. Caller.
I just called to say when UNC win, everybody win. Uncle Tommy, how you doing?
Oh, how you doing? Long time no hear.
I am good. Professor Wall Street, you good?
I splendiferous, marvelous, tremendous, fantastic, spectacular, fantabulous, wonderfulicious.
Just checking in on all you fellas. What's good? What's good? What's good?
You know why is it deal with this scandal in your party in the internal election?
Excuse me, no speak English, no habla español, no. I don't know what you're talking about. Me?
Yeah, wait now. Yes, Aisha Wello? Yes, Aisha Wello now?
Yes, so. Me don't know what party you talking about.
Hold on a second, yes, Aisha Wello?
Me don't know what you're talking about. You're not going to put me in that bacchanal.
So wait now. You like Monroe? You like Monroe? You was quiet. You like William Monroe? You was quiet during the election and you come out after the election, Aisha Wells.
All I do is say, I just going from program to program to tell all you when you went, see when everybody went. So I'm giving a little CPAP now, a little something now, 11 so.
Wait, you only have CPAP, you what?
Well, I take it where I can get the place hard, you know.
Oh God, your party make the place so hard, boy.
But Aisha had waited and get off just now.
Well, Uncle Tommy, I'm sending you my resume.
Please, hurry up.
You send it in?
I know all you get through. I done here already. The professor getting the consulate. They gave me the consulate in New York. What? Uncle Tommy, I hear you get some advisor work in DC. I don't know. I hear it in the pipeline, so I have to send you my
consulate.
Well, yeah, I guess my advising me.
Where in the consulate in New York?
Yes, the yellow bird told me that she was wait at the consulate.
No. I'm excited to some bigger thing than that.
I hear that.
But
Well,
Aisha,
okay, guys,
somebody call and say, they didn't see a name in all the internals in the PNM. That was somebody call and say.
What my name will be doing an internal in the PNM election, Professor Wall Street. It is known that I sat this election out. Everybody know that.
No, but your boy gone now. No more red.
My boy
Rowley gone. Bye, Rowley. He gone.
Well, wait, you think Penny going
Hey,
to different?
Baisha, let me ask you a question before you go. A fella by the name of Defender call and say how new deputy political leaders in the PNM go be Stuart Young, Colin Booth, and Robinson Regis. What you say about that?
I say she had to be a steering mad woman to put any one of the three in any positions of power right now. Two of them is very unpopular, and the last one remains a serious political threat to her. But move on, as you know something we don't know if again he's a PNM, a closet PNM.
No. Don't brand me partner that. He a UNC.
Here you defending Mova, defender.
He's a UNC. I ain't going down that road with you. I ain't going down
But let me say goodnight to COP, to my boy KFC.
Hey, Aisha,
PNM
one your boy from up the hill up in Lavantide. What's his name again?
Olin for here about it.
What's his name? That one from up in Lavantide. What else call him again?
The one who built the big house and painted.
Yeah, the one who had the big house up the hill. What's his name?
For here about?
Yeah, they put him on a board. They put him on a joking board.
Really nice listening.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling, Aisha.
I mean, they put him on a joking board. Oh God!
You can put him on a skateboard.
Well, that board too, a skateboard. Oh God! Yes. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, defender. You see what I defend you? I defend you.
Yeah, that one I want to tell you. That one I want to tell you. I'm glad you're wine. I was watching back some of your archive videos. And I see the day she and Sharon Felix real lion here. And I felt good tonight, man.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel good watching your line right now. I know you're a wingman right now.
Yeah.
Trust me. But what's it? I want to remind you something about Aisha Wells. You remember the run she from Bali's house?
But they ain't run she. The only thing they do is kick water and she don't kick water and field.
Kick water like field line.
Yeah, you know.
I'm telling you.
If there a canal in Bali, no, I think Bali's house have a canal though. If that canal had water in it, they would have kick water.
They would have kick water and she.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Sharon Felix was one of the biggest one was encouraging that, yeah?
Yeah.
And she and Sharon Felix tried to drag you on the radio.
Oh God.
You understand? And they try to drag you about free costume.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
I like where you from tonight watching. I feel good. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
but you know we can't talk that too much wrong Uncle Tommy, eh? Long time I see that big smile from Uncle Tommy, but oh God, boy, come out tonight.
Tommy.
Defender. It's not nobody to defend me, you know.
Tommy, like people saying indirect, whenever I shall call it as get weak. I was saying to me indirectly. Saying that I shall call this program. And you see Aisha number show up. Somehow Uncle Tommy just get weak. I don't know, I don't know, Tommy, but me trying to put no words in your mouth. But you know
what they say.
But folks, listen to what's going on in the PNM. The PNM, that's what I tell all you know. All of them have to go, you know. All of them, you know. All of them. The PNM is a propaganda machine. Listen to this. Let me take that. Go ahead, take it.
Caller, you live.
Hey, Tommy.
Hey.
This Clarence calling from Orlando.
How you doing, Clarence?
Mr. Wolfie talking about Robert Amar. Tell him to me he better pick his friend because that is one of the worst characters Trinidad ever had.
He's hearing you.
Yeah, Robert used to run the Toyota company in Woodbrook, Amar Autos. He was a mechanic and he got the franchise from the Toyota company and he ran down the company. People had to wait 2-3 years to get a car. They had to pay bribes for that. And he finally lost the franchise. Robert took it over and spun out everything, run down the company, and Toyota took back the franchise. They now run the company in Trinidad, the Toyota company. Right? And Amar is one scam. Oh, Jesus Christ. Still, how do you name? Wall Street. Wall Street is a nice fella, but he should choose his friends more wisely. You can't just stick with that fella.
He's hearing you.
I wouldn't even walk in his footsteps that he made. Not me. From that one. Alright?
Appreciate
You guys going good.
appreciate you. Tell your friends. Tell your friends.
Tommy, who was that? Tommy, who was that?
He wants to know who are you?
You breaking up? Tommy breaking up.
Yeah, he's Trini from Orlando.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, I used to live in Quebec. I know all down in Lavender and Timothy and all them things. The years gone by, in the 70s, all that. Oh, yeah, I know all that.
All right. Cool.
All right.
Bless.
Thank you.
And I say on a fly board, oh God, they put him on all kind of board, but they put him on a juking board, put him on a skateboard, they put him on a fly board. What, Tommy, isn't there supposed to be a minimum amount of boards you could be on?
I ain't sure.
Now you could be on plenty.
I know they used to have people on more than one.
Hold on, let me take this call. Go ahead, KFC.
I, Mr. Wall Street, and Uncle Tommy, you come in?
No, they were talking. KFC?
I see my godmother come on there, Aisha. She be anyway, she looking for a CPAP contract.
Yeah.
When I talk shows in the P&M, she barely busting. She had trying for CPAP contract. Aisha, the fight, you get one of them contract.
Yeah.
You go spread around. You get through.
Yeah, when you see
I know the victimize, the victimize you and drag you.
Oh God, they drag
your own colleagues and them. I understand what shit.
But you're not KFC. KFC?
Yeah.
I hear she went in a sports day and the prime minister passed she like a lamppost. He passed. He passed. The queen had talk like a lamppost, I hear. Just say.
The former prime minister?
Yeah, I hear they say the pass she like a lamppost. I say, wait, boy, how you gonna do she that, boy?
No, but remember she and Fullerton pass of good but she like that chap, you know. Remember? I should have looked at my name, you know, KFC, you know.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
The every time I see this man, they get to happen with a lot of sauce, you know, she can, but the sauce and greedy, you know.
Yeah.
But I should have belly too, eh? She lost to the P&M, you know, Mr. Wall Street. Eh?
No.
You don't wake up, man.
Yes,
when you're in Sweden, everybody when you get a contract.
Yeah.
I go work on your gang. I go on, bless.
Yeah. Yeah, defender.
Wall Street.
Yeah.
You know you're going now my holiday. Let me tell you the truth about that. When Lucifer passed, she shoot.
Yeah.
She was on a live. She was on a live, right?
Yeah.
So she had a live interviewing everybody in the P&M Sporting Toko.
Oh yeah.
Wall Street.
Yeah.
Wall Street, Dr. Mashup come in.
Yeah.
So she actually cameraman right now, Mr. Dr. Mashup now. Yeah. The guy interview. When Dr. Mashup turned around, he
sprint.
Wall Street.
He sprint.
He bust a stroop. I'll walk off. But yeah, with my laughter. So the cameraman, but Dr. Rory is a dreadful. Was it that life never make it to the light of day, though? That life never make it.
So wait, now she cut out that part? She cut out that part?
She deleted.
Or she deleted the live? Oh God.
Yeah, she deleted the live.
Aisha, you delete that
That's why
live.
I
Aisha.
watched it.
Yeah, man. Oh God, Aisha. You can't do people that. You have to leave it up, Aisha. Come on, man. Come on. Anyway, I've seen something here. Hold on, Albert Montano, welcome. Just sure I didn't block you, you know. Just sure I block you. Gordon Maloney says, Gordon Dryden Joseph says, and everyone say ha ha he and stupid. But you upset with me because I read Buddy sent it to me. I just play, I just play thing you want people to send me. Yeah? Oh, folks, I want you all to listen to this. Gordon Dryden Joseph says one have to be trained to be a comedian. And if you, WS, need help, I will do it for you for free because I don't like to see you suffer, sir. Caribbean Soul. WZYE to Caribbean Soul. Can you translate that on the screen there while we take this call? Bitcoin, hold on. Caribbean Soul. Put on the glass. All right. Pick up your phone. All right. Translate on the screen for me. Bitcoin, welcome.
Kaya tagay ko to yan Professor Wall Street. Yan ko na scoring board too, you know.
So wait, a juking board, a skateboard,
plyboard.
A plyboard.
Skateboard, yeah.
What is that one, Bitcoin?
Scrubbing board.
A scrubbing board. Let me write down them boards, boy. What? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I just cover that. But I call that asking guys really Gordon Dryden, right?
Yeah.
What that man's a real genius boy for what you do there. A very genius. I can invent the thing the man do there. He's really smart. Really smart.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing he should be teaching in school. Yeah? That's the kind of thing he should be teaching. He's a brilliant man, boy. I see the media boy, they calling Professor Wall Street.
Yeah.
You notice Kejan Haynes and your partner Akash wasn't there today?
No, they wasn't there today.
Only Prime Minister did. There's no one to show up.
Oh, they know she wasn't there.
A couple of
Oh, yeah. Correct is right, you know.
Yeah, there's no one to show up. They know that she wasn't coming, so they ain't gone put on no raincoat to cover on the rain. So the view nobody did. But here they talk. A couple of them try a couple of schemes to get some information from one or two of the minister, and then the ministers are them smart because they come and get them instructions. Here the talk is, we're not driving out of the lane.
Yeah.
That's the talk, yeah, that's the talk, they told them with them. When they come with foolish questions, to ask, one of them about the EMB, and some other one about some kind of other question. And both of them, both Jolene John and Saddam say, we're not driving out of the lane, and the Prime Minister instruct you not to drive out of the lane.
Correct.
I thought that was a brilliant answer. Brilliant. So she on to them, you know. She on to their foolishness. So they're not coming out and saying no question that would jeopardize or put them into disrepute. And that's just smart.
Yeah,
Have a good night, gentlemen.
Yeah, so folks, I want you all to listen to this. Listen to this. And let me read Banmara before I go. Okay. So Kamala was on no show today. I guess reality is setting in with this Venezuelan situation. This is a good thing. Later, lockdown and listening.
What's that supposed to mean?
Caribbean Soul, send me an email so I could forward you these comments here in the chat because I don't know what that. Tell me, what does that mean?
I myself, I need somebody to interpret it for me.
No, you know. So we had to get our next person to interpret now. We had to get a second interpreter because sometimes Caribbean Soul will be busy, right? Because I don't know what he's saying. Did he listen to the press conference?
If you listen, you would have heard that she wasn't in Parliament still.
No. I don't think he heard that part. Yeah, okay. Bitcoin just add another one, a surfboard. So we have joking board, skateboard, scrubbing board, plyboard, surfboard, 5 board. I thought it was semantics it wasn't Newman on 8 or 9. I thought there was a limit, Tommy.
Not that I know of. I'm not aware of limit, but because I know persons who own several boards.
Next man say a cupboard, yes? A cupboard. It's real boards, boy. Let me take this voice note from Caribbean Soul. Let me see if he go defend himself because he falling down on the job, man. Caribbean Soul, you're falling down on the job. Let me take this one.
Good night, Mr. Washington, Uncle Tommy. Mr. Washington, so the translation is one have to train to be a comedian. And if you, Wall Street, need help, I will do it for free because I do not like to see you suffer. So in other words, Gordon saying that he's a trained professional clown.
Man, I ain't you. Hey, Caribbean Soul, all right. You're back on the job. You're back on the job. We need folks. Forget about that. We don't need no other assistant. We don't need no other.
Yeah, so that video we show with Gordon Joseph, right? I could see what he like God for because Moses take his staff and party see. He take his staff and party here. You see the big space in the middle?
Thank you.
He party here with his staff.
Oh God. Southwestern UNC and proud welcome.
A pleasant good night again to each and everyone, and Uncle Tommy. All protocol observed.
Yeah, man.
Same to you.
Wall Street, you see these 3 gentlemen on the screen right now? Those are the 3 I will be campaigning for as UNC and proud. These are the 3 gentlemen I want to see rule the PNM executive because that is the only way I know that my brothers and sisters in the African diaspora could get true freedom and break that leech and oak of plantation attitude towards them. Because you can tell me for the last 10 years, a black man who says a black party, black supporters, and they treat them worse than the British and the Portuguese, and you exploit them to enrich yourself, and you never turn back to even give them a barracks to live in. And then when they give them a barracks, you tell them, hey, GC, come in, and you want to put them out, and they have to pay, and they have to get everything, and they treat them like dogs. Uncle Wall Street, these three gentlemen, I want the grassroots and the PNM supporters to recognize these 3 gentlemen and vote them in on the executive. And then you'll really see a representation in the PNM after 69 years. Pleasant good night.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Look, Lakshami says a cardboard. All right. Tommy, we have joking board, skateboard, scrubbing board, plyboard, surfboard, cupboard, and a cardboard. There's one set of board. All you know, we have to limit the amount of boards. We know when you and see when everybody win, but we can't let one person win that much. No, we can't do that. But folks, let me play this video. Let's play the video. And we have a few other videos you want to play too. All right, let me take this voice note before we play that video. Hold on. A man say a dad board, yes? All right, a dad board. Okay. Dad board. There's all kind of board, but 9 boards. All you be stopping at 10, eh?
Good night, Wall Street, and Uncle Tommy, and to everybody out there. Under Patrick Manning, Calder Hart was sitting on 9 skateboards.
9?
When Mrs. Pasabi came in, she said no. 1 board per person.
When Keith Rowley came back into office, Jerry Brooks was sitting on 14 skateboards. 14. Imba told us
14.
he was sitting on 14 skateboards. Newman George was sitting on either 8 or 9. Crominer, I think it was the same. They were all sitting on multiple skateboards under the PNM. And I think this one, Mrs. Pasabi says, sir, the Prime Minister is going to do the same. One board per person. You cannot have one person sitting on multiple skateboards. That's a conflict of interest. And look at how much stipend they're throwing. You see? You see how they're dishonest? You see how the PNM dishonest? But they want to preach verse and chapter to everybody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Mr. Intellectual, see a Bristol board.
Mm.
I mean, not folks. Yeah.
It has a smorgasbord. You know that smorgasbord is too?
Say that again?
A smorgasbord.
Hey, a smorgasbord too, boy. Smorgasbord. Good. Look at board. By the time he finish, he rich. That fella rich, boy. Let me take this voice note.
And then it have the blackboard.
Oh yeah, we know that one, huh? Blackboard. Okay. Oh, cool. Look at board. Let me take this voice note here.
Goddess evening again to the village. Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity to share. So you can relax because it will be based on truth. I recall that at one time, the two major companies were Massey and Toyota. And the citizens who needed that Toyota car, especially to work taxi, you had to wait 5 years, not 1, 5 years. And many persons testify that they had to grease the wheel. Well, Trinbagonians will know what that means. Bible describe it as ungodliness. Other people describe it as paying bribe in order to try and see if they could shorten the 5 years. Yeah? Trinbago, you think we easy?
Are you finished? Okay, folks. Oh God. All right. Let me see something here. Vernon Rattan says, don't forget a draft board. Oh God, all you. A flooring board and a weather board.
Oh Lord.
Oh God.
How about a Ouija board?
Oh, look, somebody just said that. Let me see. Oh God, hold on. Somebody just said that. Yeah, Cool Runner said a Ouija board. A Ouija board. Cool Runner said a Ouija board.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Hold on. A Ouija board. Oh God, that fella again put on plenty board, boy. You see why Aisha start? Aisha well started. A termite board. Savi says a termite board. Patricia Panpo says a ironing board.
Aye.
And Marie George says a meat board. all you know, Mr. Intellectual, hold on. Yeah, Rajesh, we have a scrubbing board already. Yeah, we have a scrubbing board. We have a skateboard already, Robin. Yeah. Susan Larchan went. Cool Runner say a floorboard.
Aye.
Hold on. Robin Singh says a tennis board.
And in a car, dashboard.
Oh God. Mr. Intellectual, welcome.
Blessed evening, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Uncle T, Uncle.
Same to you.
Welcome.
Under all your talk and the little fun that we have in this evening.
Yeah, you have a little fun, man.
Yeah. Well, that's nice. You know, I'm concerned about tomorrow.
What's tomorrow?
I ain't hear nothing. Well, I ain't hear nobody talking about the proposed new COP. A man who run two investigations and nobody never see a report on those two investigations. Right? I hear they put you up to be the new commissioner of police. Some kind of funny name the man have, some kind of I never hear about it before in my life. And I hear they saying that all they put you up to be he was supposed to investigate the merit list. I never hear no report on that merit list. And the blackout that we had in the last time somewhere down the road, you know, when they had the island wide blackout, they had the investigating. I never hear no report on them kind of thing. And I still don't hear the commissioner of police or the acting commissioner of police say anything about this man who went and collect check in the basement. People get moved from ministry and all kind of thing, and up till now, I ain't hear the police and them investigating anything about that. So if they bring this man in now and this particular acting COP supporting this man, so how come? I'm trying to figure out, you looking for a job, right? To be commissioner of police. And you get acting, but you supporting a man who coming in and your name ain't up here. Something wrong. Something wrong. Well, help me now. Help me figure out that. Some kind of mischief taking place. I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, Mr. Intellectual, it appears that it was a political appointment and it wasn't based on merit. If you can't make the list to be even the acting commissioner of police, then you have to be, it's a P&M thing. It was a P&M thing. You understand?
All right. So if it's a P&M thing, then this fella that they're bringing in now, he ought to be a P&M.
Well, I don't know. The fella name is Alista Guevara. And
yeah, but this Mr. Guevara, right? How long ago they had this mischief with the merit list going back, leaving the president desk and going back to the people and them? How long ago that was? Not going in about 4 or 5 years now?
But this is why I don't understand. How come?
So what he was doing all the time?
That's what I'm thinking. How come you can't be? He was an acting commissioner of police. That's what. Was that ACP? Was that ACP? I don't. Tell me, what's that ACP? I don't know what that is.
ACP is acting commissioner of police.
Acting commissioner of police.
Yeah, but this guy was a senior soup.
He was a senior superintendent.
Yeah, he was a senior superintendent. So some people saying a superintendent.
So he was wasn't Alexander a senior superintendent?
Correct.
So, I mean,
But he has a MBA and a lot of other training.
No. They're saying he's an assistant commissioner of police. He's an ACP, which is Assistant Commissioner of Police.
I thought I read somewhere today he was a senior soup.
But who he was assistant to, Benjamin?
Yes, he was below Benjamin.
So wait. He was below Benjamin.
Yeah.
Benjamin got picked, and now he get picked, right? To be Commissioner of Police. What was Wayne Meister previously?
Meister is a
senior soup.
Senior soup also. But this one are they purporting to be, or should I say they're touting to be the COP. Basically, they're implying that he's more qualified than the others.
Wait.
They say you went
so
that place and study and all kind of things.
So hear that. Dane saying he's a senior superintendent just like Meister. Is that correct?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's a failure already because if he, right, if they choose he, is it because they choose an failure because he never make a report, he never bring a report to say where emeritus went, how come it leave, how come it went back, who was responsible for it leaving, who take it from the office, who was responsible for not doing their duty. He never report nothing on that. So you bring in a failure as an investigator to be the COP. What kind of mad people we have in this country? I don't know. Them fellas are go pass that in the parliament.
I don't
know. Yeah.
If them fellas pass that in the parliament, they might be mad too, you know.
Well, Mr. Santa Cruz saying it's going to be debated. I don't think it's cast in stone. So at the end of the day, the Prime Minister makes the decision, right?
Well, I hope they have sense enough to realize that this man is a failure because he ain't even sending a report yet, or we ain't hear about that report that he have. And he ain't make it known to the population at Trinidad and Tobago who he have responsibility for and who he will be having even greater responsibility for if they give him that work. And he can't come up to scratch. You give him that? They might be joking.
Yeah.
And this ex-minister of national security, what is the real position with him? What he get a check for? What he went on in the basement for? What does he really collect on any day? Nobody ain't talking about that. That dead. What the police are doing about it? Therefore, I can't understand these kind of things. All of a sudden, like we really the 9-day wonder.
Yeah.
Something that jump out of the sky, and it's a big thing, and tomorrow it gone dead. Stupidness.
Thank you.
I can't understand why the government not doing anything about it.
Well, no. I think at the end of the day they have to make a decision in Parliament of who they believe will be the best.
Well, I'm looking very carefully tomorrow to see what will be done.
Yeah, man. All right.
Oh, by the way, before I go, let me just ask one question. That video that I run there earlier on, that is Mr. Maloney?
Which one?
The one where the fella trying to pick up the...
Oh, yeah, a red buddy sent me that and they tell me that is I don't want to call no names. I don't want to accuse anybody of it, but a red buddy sent me that and they say it might be a person who does be on your program. So I just played. You know?
Okay.
All right. So
All right, bless you, man.
Yeah, man, bless.
Same to you.
Yeah, so we have to get more clarification on that. Michael Janetti says Meister is ACP. Yeah, everybody's saying that, right? And he's been nominated to act as Deputy Commissioner of Police.
Yep.
They had to fix that. They had to fix that process, man. That process just sounds flawed to me. Because it seemed like use the acting commissioner of police and a person who is not the acting commissioner of police is nominated to be the commissioner of police, and your name is not going to parliament. So I don't know. I wonder if I've I think I should get the minister involved in this. I wonder if I seals number.
Wayne Hayes.
No, I ain't getting the minister involved in this. Not
Watchman. How about Watchman?
Yeah, that it's too late in the morning now. It's what time is it in Uganda now? Let me see what time it is. What time in Uganda? What time in Uganda? No. Hold on, let me see. Nah, it's 3:46 a.m.
It's too early.
Yeah, too early in the morning. You know, it's all kind of bored people get them here. I'm not finished with this video, but it's I ain't ask only for all them board, you know, but they give me plenty boards, all kind of boards. Man get about 14 boards, boy. A billboard too. Somebody just on a billboard. Let me see something else here. Hold on, a draft board, a flooring board, a weather board, a new billboard. All right. ACP Wayne Meister from TTPS, not a senior superintendent. It seemed like we're referring to a specific individual, Wayne Meister, who is Assistant Commissioner of Police, ACP in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. If you're looking for information about his career achievements or statements, I can try to help. However, without more context, it's challenging to provide specific details. Could you provide more information or clarify what you're looking for regarding ACP Wayne Meister? We ain't really looking for nothing. I just trying to figure out. Bitcoin say a lottery board, a surfboard, a cupboard, a chopping board. Let me take his voice note. Hold on. This is Ram Narayan.
Professor Wall Street and Uncle Tommy. What it is with this woman they call penny or 1 cent? Huh? She believes she's it. She believes she's still in the government. No, when she was in government, she mouth couldn't open. But she mouth open like a worse than a jet. No. You know? But she knows she mouth will crash all these days. She behaving like a real Wajan. I think she take over the place. You know? She's a potang. She's not what I like Rowley. But she behaving like a Wajan. You know? Professor Wall Street, Uncle Tommy. It's alleged that I heard Penny Beckles went to Tobago to meet Rowley to get some obia. I don't know, but it's alleged, you know, that she went there to meet the obia man. And then she come back and she went Tabaki and meet the next one. You know? So she will know obia man all over the place.
So folks, let's take a listen. Let's take a listen to this.
At a crossroads. The People's National Movement is in opposition, and it is an opportune time for us to reflect and to Gaza where we went wrong. There are 56 persons put.
Told me there wasn't any audio.
Pardon?
There was no audio on that?
Yeah, there was audio. I was hearing.
You was hearing it?
Yeah.
Are you still hearing it?
Right now,
You
no.
still hearing it? Huh?
Right now, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, hold
The
on.
process must.
I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, I'm hearing now.
Okay.
At a crossroads, the People's National Movement is in opposition, and it is an opportune time for us to reflect and to gather where we went wrong. There are 56 persons putting themselves forward for leadership in this campaign, the highest number ever.
Attorney at Law Karihov Masasi, the leader of the People's Champions Slate, speaking during a news conference on Tuesday, June 10th, about his slate's concerns about the PNM's upcoming internal elections, the voting for which takes place on June 22nd.
The process must be fair. The process must be transparent. The process is not just a process to favor the incumbents.
While no one is contesting opposition leader Penelope Beckles for the post of political leader, all of the other posts on the PNM's executive are being contested. The opposition leader is leading the one PNM team. The leader of the People's Champions Slate, who is seeking to be the next chairman of the PNM, raised a particular concern about the party's electoral list.
When we received the list, we received a list that was not, we would say it was not fair. We received a list without phone numbers. We received a list without email address.
Some people hearing, some people not hearing. Right? We'll deal with that. I'm going to fix that. Let me try this other one and see if you folks are hearing this. Okay.
I was hearing it. I don't know what happened all of a sudden.
You were hearing it?
Yeah, you was talking about the receiver list.
All right. Let me know if you're all hearing this. I don't know why this thing doing like that. Come on, hold on a second. Okay. Take a listen to this.
Doubles and coffee. Penelope Beckles, you telling Kamala Prasad this is to tone down on Venezuela? What you know about Venezuela? What happened in Venezuela? What was the election results on July 28, 2024 in Venezuela? What's the name of the man who really won the election? What's the position when Small Pain went over there 12 times and spent $1.3 million going back and forth to Venezuela? What happened with the sanctions when Delcy Rodriguez landed here? Did you talk? Did you speak up to your PNM? You were in the PNM government. You were the member of parliament for Rima. Did you tell Rowley to tone down his rhetoric? Did you tell Small Pain to tone down his rhetoric when he was attacking former U.S. Ambassador Mandela and lying about the OAS and lying about the Rio Treaty? Did you tell Rowley to tone it down when he closed down Petrotrin and put 5,364 workers out of jobs plus 6,000 daily paid plus contract workers and decimated our economy? Did you tell Colmember to tone it down and sit down and stand up with his short self when he could not account for $2.6 billion with the Auditor General and sending pre-action protocol letter to a woman just doing her job and accounting for the people money? Did you tell people to tone it down in the meeting when they voted you out and they selected Stuart Smallpin Young had just come 2014 Emailgate liar defender to be the leader of the PNM and the Prime Minister? Did you tell them tone it down when you walked out of Balize House crying with nobody to support you? Leave Kamala Prasad this alone. She has fought the greatest. She has beaten the baddest. That woman stands strong for over 40 years. She took on Bastio Pandey, the greatest politician on God green earth, and she beat him mano mano. She then took on Patrick Mervyn Augustus Manning, who you trying to talk like on the platform now, like you ain't sure. You have an identity crisis. You ain't know what penny you is, whether it's a shiny penny, an old penny, or a discarded, disregarded, discarded penny from the central bank that don't have no value no more. You don't know what you are, who you are, so leave Kamla Persad-Bissessar alone. She took on your Rowley. She took on Rowley with all his lies and all the money, $600 billion. All of his attorneys, all of his people, his minions, his interlocking directorships. She took on the PNM media, Guardian Media, CNC3, TV6. She took on all of them, your 13 radio stations, and Kamla beat Rowley. She beat Small Pen. She beat you. So you just come sliding, taking over a decimated ship that nobody wants to be part of. You can even control change makers by talking your whole slate, PNM in a total mess. And you have time and audacity to tell Kamla, tone it down. Kamla is protecting our country, putting us right back where we should be, with our friends, our trading partners, our business partners, our protectors, the United States of America, Canada, the European Union, and the OAS. Kamla Persad-Bissessar understands foreign policy. Kamla Persad-Bissessar understands that Maduro is a dictator. She will not bow to a dictator, an oppressor, a drug trafficker, a narco-terrorist. So you tone down. You want to go Venezuela? You go on conga line with Maduro if you want to. Kamla Persad-Bissessar is the prime minister. She knows what she's doing. She's strong and she's protecting us. She's showing Guyana that Guyana has a friend too. That if Maduro wants to go in the Essequibo and take over Guyana land, they have a friend in Trinidad and Tobago. The USA knows that Trinidad and Tobago stands with them. No longer do we stand with Rowley and the PNM. And you, Penny, why you didn't tell them tone it down when they were putting Trinidad and Tobago with Amory Brown, Lollipop, Mr. Lollipop right next to you, when they were aligning us with Venezuela, Russia, Iran, and China against USA, Canada, European Union, and the OAS. Why you didn't tell them tone it down? You now get your voice? Nobody cares, Penny. They don't even want to pay a penny for your thoughts because you're thoughtless and useless. Study your PNM debacle that is going on. See if you can remain the leader of the splinters of the PNM. Dissidents? Kamla dealt with her dissidents, call her election and beat all of them. Kamla strong. She know what we do in the country moving forward. So Penny, you tone it down. You sound like Kangaloo. You want to tell me tone it down too? Penny, go and study your little PNM Balize house. Why you don't ask for the accounts of how that Balize house built? Yeah, interested? Yeah, want to know how corrupt your party is? Tell us, give us a report on how much cement you buy, how much steel, where the bills, where you got the money from a raffle, how much raffle you had. You had a curricule, $140 million. Ask Rowley how Balize house built, the lifetime of roofing, the Bix basement, the Sukai diesel air conditions. We come in and we go ask it. So you will have to tone down and tell us how that corrupt edifice of Balize House, where you feel you want to be a leader inside there and call press conference with taxpayers' money, that shows how corrupt the PNM is. That Balize House that you want to lead. So leave Kamla now. Kamla doing she work. Bless.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life, and as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE, we originate, not imitate.
With you, it's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Washit, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Don't forget, folks, as you get in, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444. So, Tommy.
Also 973-609-6509. 973-609-6509.
I want to get some commentary on this video here. I saw this young lady posted this video, and I want to get the people's commentary on this video. Take a listen to this.
Good evening, everyone. So there's a girl Teresa here. I'm not sure if you all heard, but the Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, issued a freeze on all hiring in our country. And I really wanted to know how you all feel about that. The issue was done somewhere around May 14th. It is now June 10th, and it's almost 1 month since that announcement was made.
Let me try this next one here. I don't know what happened tonight.
Wasn't hearing.
I know. Let me try this one here.
If you are a leader of a country and you ever found yourself...
Folks, all you know this guy called Shambles, right? Shambles is his name? I think his name is Shambles. PNM Shambles. So he made this video and we already exposed him as a PNM. But listen to this video. Listen to him.
If you are a leader of a country and you ever found yourself in this situation with a country that is way bigger than yours, right next to yours, is ruled by a dictator who clearly still has the backing of his entire military, a military that is way bigger than your entire population, a military that has access to tanks and jets of different kinds. And when you go to your military page to look for your tanks and your jets of different kinds, this is what you saw. And that bigger country is making a claim that people from your country are involved with a plot to overthrow the leadership of their country. What needs to be done in a case like that?
Oh!
Now is no time for greasy talk. Now is no time for no outlandish claims and trying to act tough. This is a time for diplomacy. You never escalate tensions with somebody you cannot beat. What needs to happen? Our foreign affairs minister needs to go to this building here and hold high-level discussions behind closed doors with the Venezuelan ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago. See if you can find a way forward. You're not bringing the Minister of National Security in yet. You're not bringing the police in yet. You're not going on TV and making wild claims and allegations to seem forceful, especially given the fact that Trinidad and Tobago have a history of having Trinis leaving our homeland with low gas rates and low electricity rates, and they could leave the AC on for days and you don't have to worry about the light bill. So go in the middle of it to fight. We have a history of that, right? So let's not pretend that we don't have a history of finding ourselves in things that we have no business being a part of. Because if the man is saying that they catch some people, and some of them were Trinis, and they said that they entered from Trinidad and Tobago, that needs to be looked into. I don't see if there's anything we can really do about it, but it needs to be looked into. Now is not a time for greasy talk, especially given the fact that if Venezuela really wanted to, they have enough persons who are trained enough to come across here and destabilize our entire country if they truly wanted to. And it must also be noted that there's a conflict of interest here. When the fighting starts, there are more police, Coast Guard, soldiers, Air Guard, servicemen in general who have Venezuelan child mother and Venezuelan mistress and half Venezuelan children than there are Venezuelan Coast Guard and police and Air Guard and National Guard that have Trini women and half Trini children. So you may very well find yourself in a case where our defense forces won't be fighting at full capacity because their mind like, wait boy, that was it, that father over there, I fighting my own child, but that father boy, how I go look? I'm telling you all, I just hear them talking, I just hear them talking, I know you just hear them talking as well. We have been compromised from the inside out for a long time now, We just don't realize it yet. So take my advice, just lay low, let it blow over, and let me go on to our business. We don't want to fight, we don't want to smoke. On behalf of Trinidad and Tobago, we want no smoke, we want peace. As a matter of fact, what about the SC Cuba region? Will they get back at yet? Go and look into that now. Venezuela, yeah, go over there. Guyana can take care of themselves. They might be backing of America. America have a vested interest right now because they're moving on all the oil they're getting. So they go defend them. They must submarine the sea. I must get something high in the bush. Yeah, go across and organize that now. We don't want to fight to them. We good. We good on that.
So
You hear that? You hear what he was talking about? You understand what Shambles was talking about?
he wasting his breath.
Them fellas, when they pay them, they expose themselves, and he trying to turn it into a little, but everybody know Trinidad can't fight Venezuela. Everybody know that.
And everybody knows that we here in the United States are not going to stand by idly and see Venezuela try to advantage Trinidad.
Yeah. And them fellas and them, man, it's just so sad, man. But he get exposed long time. Yeah. Shambles get exposed. Let me take this call. Caller, welcome. Caller.
Hello, good night, Uncle Tommy.
Good evening.
Hello.
Wall Street, it's me, Keyshawn. How are you guys doing tonight?
Excellent, Keyshawn.
Good, thanks.
Good.
Turn on your computer or your TV.
I did. I made sure.
Okay, cool.
This man, I just heard the video, right? I'm just watching the video, and this man talking about the Venezuela nonsense. It goes way back to Patrick Manning days, okay? When the guys go fishing in the sea in Moruga, all right? They had a thing called the mangrove, right? That they disputed. Patrick Manning got on television. You think he did something about it way back then? It's been brewing for years. So when Kamala stand up and say something and take action, now everybody running and saying, oh, she can't do this and she can't do that. She have a right to stand up for the Trinidad and Tobago people.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay? These people talking nonsense. These PNM people talking a bag of nonsense. They dotish. Ask Penelope Beckles. She says she's been in the politics since 1991.
Yep.
Okay? When Abu Bakr took over the country in 1990 back then, did they do the proper investigation? How it happened? When A.N.R. Robinson and all these party leaders run away? Some of them run away to Grenada and other countries when he got shot and all of that, and they take over the Red House.
Correct. Yep.
And Penelope Beckles says she have so much degrees. She been in the UN. You're talking about a nonsense. The UN don't want to hear your mouth. So they rarely have vetoes. Only certain countries can veto. So she's talking about a nonsense. She's a dead thing, a waste woman. I haven't seen Trinidadians say this word, a dead thing, a waste woman to the Trinidad and Tobago people.
Yep.
I'm tired of she mouth.
Yeah.
You see, what's the Homeland Security Minister?
Roger Lincoln.
Going Princeton for the fire station where we have rats in it.
Yep.
To take care of the problem.
Yep.
In disrepute for decades? Come on, Uncle Tommy. Come on, this is nonsense.
Yep.
True.
You had flooding. Khadija Amin, right? She started the process. I was watching it on your program earlier when you queued up the live.
Yeah. And Keyshawn.
Yes, sir.
Right now, Khadija Amin is back out on the trail with respect to flooding. Right now, as we speak.
Yeah, I was watching it last night.
Yeah, she just left the post cabinet conference, and she's already back out on the Huskins. She's already back out. The PNM used to go and sleep.
Yes.
Them used to go and sleep.
Let them stay sleeping and leave the people to work.
It was a dead thing too. A waste, man. They mess up the country.
Yep.
I'm tired of these people. And you know, I was watching the graph for the 2025 election that just passed here, right? The poor people there that the police chastise, humiliate, and arrest a lot of them. You vote for PNM? They went red? Come on. They all PNM ain't giving all they no work. Nothing like that.
Nothing.
The poor black people. I saw the video I was watching the other day. The guy said on YouTube, the poor black people that can't read and write, that uneducated, vote for them by this fingerprint. Come on, man. Or they wake up and smell the coffee. Or you could have YouTube educate all themselves. They're just hearing to hear. They're not listening to listen.
Yep, correct.
Come on, man. Trinidad is a little island. Come on, man. We have to kill each other. The homicide rates is crazy right now. I was watching Ian Allen yesterday. They shoot down the guy selling vegetable, gang or whatever affiliation. Come on, man. She said she will start back the hangings. She need to proceed with this. These people need the gallows. It's rampant.
Yep. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kishon.
Thanks for the call. Keep up the good.
Thank you, Kishon. Listen.
Bye.
Yeah. Tommy, the PNM did this to people of Trinidad and Tobago. Let me take this call. Mr. Florida, welcome.
Mr. Hanson, Mr. Tommy. Mr. Hanson, Mr. Tommy, you know, this Venezuelan issue, you know, is the question nobody not asking all these people in these videos? Is that 10 years PNM have relationship with Venezuela. So what type of relationship did they have for this man to just come to say he gonna run in the country just so there is any kind of relationship after 10 years? So what really type of relationship PNM had with Venezuela? Was it business? Or was it friendship? Or it was trying to work together? Because if after you spend, if you want a person, you want two prime minister, president is friends for 10 years doing business, you think just like that he will send a message, oh, I will run in Trinidad to find whoever it is? They would not do that. They would not jeopardize the friendship with the country.
Yep.
So that means PNM didn't have a friendship with Venezuela. So if PNM spent 10 years and didn't have a relationship with Venezuela, who'd say this man cares about anybody?
Let them run in. If he's so bad, let him run in.
Yeah, Mr. Tommy. Because it's 10 years, you know, it's 10 years. Having a relationship going back and forth, you invite them over here for COVID and when nobody knows supposed to be here, going over there and countless time how much money they alleged say they given. What relationship you really had? But
there's a relation canoe.
What just come like?
I hear what I said. That's a relationship, there's a relation canoe.
For real. Well, I look on this thing, Mr.
Yeah, man, bless. You know, for me, I tired give these statistics about black people under Kamala Prasad Besessa and black people under the PNM. And when we play this video and we said that black people were suffering peacefully in the PNM, they used to call we all kind of thing and call we all kind of names. But I want to refresh all the memory. Listen to it.
To keep you and me in check.
This is what the PNM did to most of their black supporters. The PNM.
To keep you and me in check. Keep us under control. Keep us passive and peaceful. It's like when you go to the dentist and the man is going to take your tooth. You're going to fight him when he start pulling. So they squirt some stuff in your jaw called Novocaine to make you think they're not doing anything to you. So you sit there, and because you got all that Novocaine in your jaw, you suffer peacefully. Blood running all down your jaw. And you don't know what's happening. Because someone has taught you to suffer peacefully.
And that's exactly what the PNM did to most of their black supporters. They have them suffering peacefully. Peacefully. So they could continue to support the PNM regardless. But things change in 2025. They decided that they no longer want to suffer peacefully under the PNM. Caller, welcome. Financial Guru, welcome.
Good night, Professor Wall Street. Good night, Uncle Tommy. Good night, everybody from WZYE.
Good night.
Professor Wall Street, I wasn't going to call in, but I hear, what his name is? Trini Rambles or Brambles?
Shambles.
Shambles.
Yeah, Rambles or Shambles. Well, I just get a mix.
Bramble, but you know, the thing is, I've watched his videos on, cars and stuff like that. And I will tell Mr. Shinny Brambles or Shambles and Mrs. Penelope Beckles and Amy Brown and Faris Raleigh and Keith Rowley, you guys have lost the election. Keith Rowley, our former Prime Minister, used to chastise Mrs. Visessa Prasad, Professor Wall Street, for so-called intervening as an opposition minister. So do as I say, but not what I do. But the point I want to raise here, did you see the fella who was accosted by Mr. Diosdado Cabello? Did you see the pictures, Professor Wall Street?
No, I read the article.
I'm gonna send it to you. The guy looked like, I don't want to say because his friends are very concerned. He was in Trinidad, in that area, in Cedros or whatever, and they said that he went somewhere to Venezuela. And most of these guys, I am not alleging anything. They involve in fishing, they involve in trading, and they say he doesn't involve in drugs. But here's the point. The Bolivarian Republic has been in existence for more than 200 and something years with Simon de Bolivar. Trinidad has been in existence, and I want these people who support the PNM just to listen carefully. PNM is, Trinidad has been a republic since 1976. We have been in independence since 1962. And I heard one of the politicians say, I think it was Amy Brown, who I'm very disappointed with, saying there has been previous incidents. Professor Wall Street, there has been no incursion other than fishermen doing trades or drugs or maybe doing guns and they're coming into Venezuela of any Trinidad dissidents or paramilitaries going to Venezuela. The only person you have to look at is after just 5 weeks, I pointed out this and Trini Shambles should use his brain, which he's not using. After 5 weeks, all of a sudden, you have in Trinidad National, 1 out of several people walking with guns into Venezuela. How convenient that is. But the point I want to also raise is who is this Mr. Diosdado Cabello? A prominent, he's the Justice Minister. He has U.S. sanctions in 2018. The United States imposed sanctions on Cabello, accusing him of corruption, involvement in drug trafficking, allegations of corruption, has been accused of embezzlement, money laundering, and other forms of corruption, criticism of authoritarian actions as a key figure of the Venezuelan government. Cabello has been criticized for his role of suppressing opposition and maintaining authoritarian rule. Now, you're going to tell me Keith Rowley, Stuart Young, Penelope Beckles, Amy Brown, Ralph Gonzalez, and Trini Shambles will not take the word of this man who accuses, and when they do their network or do their checks, they have not yet produced any information other than a confession. But I want to leave with this, and this is why people are talking about Trinidad and Mrs. Vicessa Prasad. As I said, if a bully comes into your territory and he's poking his finger and says, I'm going to come to you wherever you are, that has to be dealt with. But I'll leave you with this for the PNM folks. There is the Organization of American States. There is the Rio Treaty that has been signed since 1948. And if Mr. Shambles and Ms. Beckles and Mr. Amy Brown didn't know, once Venezuela stepped into Trinidad, people don't like Donald Trump. People don't like the American government. A lot of people don't. But the American government has vested interest in Trinidad and Tobago. They have oil, gas, and other issues that they deal with Trinidad, just like in Guyana. So the Rio Treaty under the OAS means that just like in NATO, if you attack one member, you attack all. It will be another Saddam Hussein and what they call it with Kuwait if Mr. Diosdado Cabello and Mr. the president put God out the toss to come into Trinidad. So they have to stop and put this aside. That guy looks like a sad sack. I don't want to, he looks like a sad individual. I'm going to send you the pictures. And they're saying after 63 years, this August 31st, 63 years Trinidad and Tobago will be independent. And after 5 weeks of the Vicessa Prasad government, you are having paramilitaries going into Venezuela. Come on, man. Let's get real, man. We have other things to deal with, and PNM has to get real. That kind of education is why they out. That's why they lost almost a third of their vote, and they could continue with that nonsense. We should stick together. Venezuela has to stop with this nonsense. Have a good night, Professor. Have a good night, Uncle Tommy.
Thank you.
We got to stop with this nonsense. Good night.
Thank you. So, folks, listen to this, right? Tommy, listen to this. Listen to this, right? Oh, PNM Fox, he says two things, right? He says, I want you all to remember this. He says, you know, I wonder why them guys in just make these type of statement that they know they're lying about it. If Kamala Safai as Prime Minister, I vote in UNC next election. He knows for a fact, right? When Kamala Safai 5 years, he not voting for no UNC. He knows that. But again, he's lying. But here's the bigger liar. Here's the bigger lie. And this is why I tell all you cannot trust PNM people that has lie a lot. Plenty lies. And when they can't get away with their lies, right, they just try and mislead you. Right? And when they can't mislead you, they will try and victimize you. And when they cannot victimize you, they'll try and dismiss you. And when they cannot dismiss you, they'll try to discredit you. And when they cannot discredit you, they'll try to demonize you. And that is the PNM modus operandi. Listen to PNM Fox. Listen to him. TC and Heavy, in addition to Wall Street, WS, had a hand in getting Pastor Google off the radio. What goes around comes around. But let me say something to you, PNM Fox. The only time I will get off of here, WZYE 95.9 FM, is when I decide to get off. Because let me tell you this. And I'm tooting my horn now. I am tooting my horn. I own this. I own this. Let me tell you that. I own this. The only person to get me off of here is any organization here in the United States of America, governmental organization, who for whatever decides they no longer want WZYE 95.9 FM no longer in the air. So you see that gobbly guck you're coming with? And a plain lie, another lie, but I get the pastor with the internet search engine name of the radio. You don't even know the facts behind that. I know the facts. Ask the pastor with the internet search engine if he didn't resign from 91.9. Ask him. You call him and ask him. PNM Fox, call him and ask him if he didn't resign from the radio station. You call him and ask him. Or they just lie too much. Or they just come, or they don't have no facts, and or they just come with all their PNM rhetorics.
Throw it up on the wall.
Throw it up on the wall. The spaghetti theory. Throw up on the wall and see what goes stick. But PNM Fox, we tired to expose all you. Every time all you come, we'll expose all you over and over and over. Now that you are exposed, call the pastor with the internet search engine. If you want your number, I will give you your number. He resigned from 91.9. Me asking you that. I telling you that. Telling you. Yeah? I'm telling you that. Well, Gordon Joseph, we don't want to hear from you. Yeah? That flag Iowa station really crap you was talking and I will fire them. No. To be honest with you, Miss Santa Cruz, he put in his resignation from 91.9. He resigned from 91.9. And then he went over to work at 91.1. Right? I know that for a fact. The only thing
voice note.
Eh?
I say I have some voice notes to play.
Yeah. Look him. After he was fired on Iowa radio station to make way for Irvin Felix and Philip Edward Alexander. PNM Fox, again, another lie. Another lie. You are lying. You are lying. I telling you're lying. He's a big, bold-faced liar. I call it.
Google Bus on the average, he thought PNM was going to win the election.
Well, play your voice note. Boy, it's sad when these guys just come and lie just so good.
They just don't know. They're just guessing.
Yeah, but at least if you're guessing, get a little information. But he come and he's bold-faced lying, and I telling him he lying. I telling you you're lying, PNM Fox. So people can't believe all you. They cannot believe anything you guys say, right? And then the other one in the background. This is the other one.
Professor Wall Street, you're talking about Wayne Meister going up for Commissioner of Police. That is the individual that was investigating the matter of the young boy who committed suicide last year. And when they asked him about the evidence against the bully, he said there's no evidence to prosecute the bully for the death of the young boy. Nah, boy, ever since that, I watching Wayne Meister cookie eye, I'm watching him very cookie eye because that didn't go down too good with me. And the bully leave and go away from this country, right? He migrate and go back to Guyana or someplace. But Wayne Meister, you leave a bit of teeth in my mouth with that one. Have a good agent, right?
Yeah. And I want PNM Fox, prove that I'm wrong and give me a number of your choice to donate to our charity. Prove that I'm wrong. You prove that I'm wrong. That you say the pastor with the internet search engine was fired from 91.9. Prove that I'm wrong. You prove that I'm wrong. And privately, you pick a charity of your choice. Pick a charity of your choice.
Hi, good evening again. Blessings to one and all. I'm thankful for the opportunity to contribute. I know that I will disappoint a few, but I believe the vast majority will appreciate truth. Because the book that I endorse, that our Prime Minister endorses, you shall know the truth, and the truth you know shall make you free. I'm free. So my couple of points will start with, well done, Prime Minister, if it is that you told these men and women to run in the lane, because you go out a lane, you get disqualified. That's how it is. You see how sports can teach lessons? You see how important sports is? There are so many lessons one can learn from sports. Like what it is like, what's the reason for these white lines? Yeah? On the Mondo track. There are reasons for that. You know what I mean? So, yes, stay in your lane because you must not interfere with somebody else's operation. You must not interfere with somebody else's goal. All right? Do what you have to do, but do it in your lane. Well done. I endorse that too. Okay? Because some people, they want to talk about sports, but you mustn't do it. And some people give the impression they know certain thing about sports. And when they are faced with truth about sports, the response they give you have to really do like Alice. Yeah, the referee, and they don't know where that will go. That is one. I am thankful to God that the flooding that we've been having here happens all the time, sometimes more than others. And it happens under all the governments that I've lived under. And I'm here before they start putting white line in the road. I'm thankful to God, not that we have flooding. I'm thankful to God that although we had flood and it's bad and it's ugly, people lost a lot of material things. When I listen to my news, I see in South Africa, they lose material thing alone. Is it over 40 lives? I don't want to lie. So, I wouldn't call the exact figure that I heard, but I believe it is over 40 lives have been lost. Flood. I wonder if they're blaming the previous government or the apartheid movement. I wonder. Or they trying to fix the bloody thing. Forget about who was there before, what they do or what they didn't do. You see if you could fix that now, because I honestly believe there's a level of flooding. Because we have so much low-lying areas in this little Trinidad and Tobago that is surrounded by water when tide high. Especially where some people choose. They choose to go and live it, to build a house. All right? And some places where I think it was ill-advised that government put housing there. Greenville and others. Next point. Man calling on me to go and go into the schools and go into things. You don't know my business, Papa. You don't know. It's better you ask me rather than do like post A and jump out and come to all kinds of conclusions and being wrong like a O. I know what it is to go in prison. I spend time there. But not as an inmate. I spend time there talking and sharing with the inmates that I could have been one of them, but I win or lose based on how I choose. And the life that I choose, that is what prevented me from coming in as an inmate. But I entered to talk to them, to share with them. And every Sunday afternoon, not I alone, many of us used to be going there and doing that. And then it had a certain group and a certain opposition came into play. I don't want to go into the details of that unless I really have to. Because once it's truth, I am not afraid to speak it. But truth don't need any defense or security. All right? So, yeah. All right? So I know what it is to go in there and share with them. And when I do my training, I do see youths and I don't hesitate to talk to them and show them. If you want to go somewhere and it is somewhere good, these are some of the tenets that you have to adhere to. Yeah, your parents are very important. Your schoolwork, very important. How you move with and without your friends, very important. But I don't want to be like others and go on for 7 and 8 and 9 minutes. So we'll stop there for more. Not that I have nothing else to say. I have a whole lot to say. But not now. Not now. Thanks for the opportunity. So everybody in the brother, see how things does go on this platform.
Well, say good night.
You do any kind of...
Wait.
vetting,
Really cut this man voice note
he
off.
do any kind of inquiry, second opinion, he have my number. He called me.
He talking slow,
No,
people don't want to hear you
but
again.
that's the kind of muddy me in. Well, at least so he think. So he put it out there where he accused people of not vetting things, eh? When them PNM who and them used to be putting out things, he says lie and it's not true. He accused them of the thing, and now he doing the same thing. You know, it are people who will really believe that that is me. It have people who will believe that that video that he put out there is me. Now he trying to play smart with foolishness that he don't know who it is. It was sent to him. It was sent to him. Right? Right. But you have my number. In fact, I have 3 numbers.
Man telling a story, boy.
Call me. You just call Mrs. Bissessa. You just call Dr. Rowley. You just call. And the only people who you don't call is who don't have a name. Well, so it seems. So before you put it out there, call me so that you wouldn't mislead people. Okay? So people, that is not Gordon Bernard Maloney. Eh? Okay? Nice.
Right. Okay, so Brooklyn, hold 1 minute. Hold 1 minute. So folks, I want to play the video that Gordon Dryden Joseph is talking about. This is the video that he's talking about. All right. I said I read Birdie sent me a video, and I ain't sure who it is, but he now say that it's not he, but he read Birdie. So So, folks, that is the video Gordon Dryden Joseph talking about. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
Well, shit. Uncle Tommy, good night. Good night, viewers and listeners. Well, shit. This is not Thursday night storytelling program. This is not a storytelling. What Gordon, that voice note Gordon Joseph sent, is basically if we was eating popcorn and sit back listening to a story, right? He dragging the nonsense. What he's saying and nothing is the same, right? And he never have anything good to contribute to this program. And even though when he's talking about defending his own government, he's still talking stupidness. Because Wall Street, I'm not even in Trinidad, right?
Yeah.
And I can tell you, place in Kunopie, right? There's a river in Kunopie, right? That the PNM was working on. After 9.5 years, the river wasn't completed. What they did was they banked the river and close up the river mouth. Close it, right? This is the work of the PNM. Places in Kunopie, all by Campo and all these places who know Trinidad and who know down in Campo, Monroe Road and all them places, the river run down there. The river eventually reached out to Caroni River. But the PNM and them was doing some work. Millions of dollars a contractor get. And after 9.5 years, the work wasn't completed. And here what they was doing. They clogged the river mouth. So they block up the river. So now when rain fall, the river filling up in areas where it wasn't flooding before. All that water backing up in them areas because the water had nowhere to go because they close up the river mouth, right? And this man, Gordon Joseph, talking about the PNM do this, and then the material, the millions of taxpayers' dollars that was spent, right, to do the work after 9.5 years that was not completed. Just the other day after the UNC win, a big set of rainfall, all the work because they tried to put a wall in the middle of a river, Wall Street. Wall Street, you ever see somebody try to part off a river instead of opening, widening the river, when you're supposed to be cutting the banks and widening the river to give the river more flow, so the water could flow in a wider space. What they did was putting a wall in the middle of the river to split the river and all kind of crap. Then when the river come down the other day, all the material, everything mash up. Now the UNC now has to find a new contractor. Now this is a next set of money because that contractor, PNM lose election, that contractor go anywhere with the money. Gordon Joseph and them coming on the radio and talk these things. That work was, contractors was given, was paid, if not all, to complete work in a certain period of time, did not do it. Rowley and all the bunch of vagabonds walk out of the, they didn't even wait to lost. They walk out, right, from leadership. And Gordon Joseph and these sick people coming on the radio to talk story time. Eh? When we see in life where the UNC now had to find a contractor, which they did, and end up having to put crane and thing to open back where the PNM block up, where the water was causing flood in places where people never get flood. Right? They had to now go and get crane, and the crane in the middle of the river now, trying to do what the PNM should have been doing from the start. Open up space for water to run, because all in the back there where the river is like garden place, you know, rice land and stuff like that, where you can cut, you know, cut place and open the river with the river running through there, right? Again, it have a part in that same area there where you could leave from the back of Monroe Road and end up all in the back of the airport fast. If you see the road in the back there, Wall Street, they just kill people, throw the body in the back there. When they go down in the back there, first you are bad, they just rob you, because you have to drive real slow. These are the things that people facing after 9.5 years at the PNM. And Gordon sycophant, wherever he name, but I know God is not the name of the real creator, you know. Because to have people like he, and God afternoon, and Gordon is his name, and you Gordon is I feel that name is really the devil that they have, because people like Gordon Joseph is like talking, like listening to the devil talking to people. Because them people evil, boy. He come and talking us that nonsense, and we seeing the destruction of the PNM. But he have nothing good to say about Willie.
Wall Street, what happened? You fell off?
We did what we had to do. PNM didn't win. UNC win. So all that nonsense talk about poor and black, because it have black, poor and uneducated people on the both sides. Nobody is perfect on the both sides. So let me go forward with a more positive contribution and forget about the ones who don't want to wake up. And I can tell you, a lot of poor black people did vote for UNC in this election. A lot of poor black people who maybe not even have a proper education, yes, they also did vote and put the UNC here. So let me celebrate and forget about when they're making a contribution, you're telling me about black people who guns and carried and it's PNM. They lost. They lost and they out. Let me put out the issues that the PNM left for we government to come to have to fix for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I said it already, we win. We can't be giving these PNM people all this at a time when they're in opposition. Let them stay there and suffer. And in order, I tell all you know, when I talk, it has come to it. In order for the UNC to continue in the seat that they're in, we have to be careful how we're speaking about the people who also come over and vote for the UNC. We have to be careful because people are listening, and the first thing they'll say, these people are making this contribution is racist Indian people. All right? So let me be careful how we making the contributions. And as I say, if the duns and the poor and the black, sooner or later, with the hard work of Kamala Pusat and the UNC, they might get a little education to continue voting for the UNC. That's my contribution, Wall Street and Uncle Tommy. Good night.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Oh, let me take some voice notes. Hold on.
Good night again, Wall Street and Uncle Tommy. I want to tell Robert Lovey on the chat something. He said that PNM rule in this country with the EDC, the police service, the public servants, everybody. Robert, you feel because the PNM have 14 opposition leaders that they're ruling something? Look at what the bacchanal going on in the internals. And if you feel, and you admitted it, those are PNM plants inside of there, all those places that you called it. And if you feel this wrongs are going to remain there to sabotage this UNC government, think again. You will see how fast they will be replaced. So if you feel PNM in opposition and ruling the country, think again.
Juice.
Fooling yourself. They can't rule nothing later.
Really juice.
Well,
Pleasant evening, Professor Wall Street and Uncle Tommy. This is Juice, and to the viewers of WZYE. Right? Hello. Now, this fella come on the thing to ramble on in the program and wasting people's time. Just cut you off now, buddy. He not adding to anything. He just trying to waste your time. He playing for time, right? These PLM people are them, they bitter and they out for vengeance. They haven't. They're still in campaign mode, and they need to limit them. And you understand? Don't waste so big time on them. You understand? And next thing too, ask them about Petrotrain. These PLM people like to play this Pontius Pilate. Why are you closed down Petrotrain? Go to the tea lady used to get $10,000. What's wrong with all you? It's African people like yourself. When you want to talk about African this and African that is, African people are pulling down. You understand? To spite other people. You understand? But you're making tracks of other people. Right? Who the hell is these people? What these PLA people, boy? Wall Street, Uncle Tommy. Stop playing with these people, boy. And you know what they say about you play with the puppies. What is happening with you? You get bitten by the fleas. Stop it. Take care.
okay, let me play one.
Okay.
Good night, Wall Street and Uncle Tommy again. Good night to everybody. Wall Street, who built the houses in Greenville? Who sold that piece of land to the PNM government? And the PNM government built houses there, and the people nearly drowned in Greenville. Imagine water filled up in the people's houses. Who built it there? They went and built in the lagoon, and the people's houses they were filled with water. People had to climb up on the roof of their houses. You would think it's something away not right there in Greenville. God, you really deserve a boo. A big, big boo.
I'm gonna play our next voice note here. COP, welcome.
Professor Wall Street, good night to you again. And good night to you again, Uncle Tommy.
Same to you, my brother.
All the listeners and them. Let me get 10 out of 10 for the program tonight. But what I really interested in, I'm interested in seeing that video again, how God Joseph went and collect his shoes. How God Joseph went and collect his shoes. I'm really interested in seeing that part again. Because it's only a PNM God will collect the shoes like that, boy. It's only a PNM will do something like that.
Oh God. You know, COP. When they send me the video, when they send me the video, I say, nah. All you're joking. And
I find I should do a poll.
I
find I should do a poll on that and ask the people them if they believe that God, Joseph.
Yeah, we go.
Yeah,
all
I
right.
find it but that's Sunday program.
Sunday program. That's Sunday program. That's Sunday program, right? Yeah. Yeah,
the program going. When I see that video, I said, nah, that had to be God, Joseph. I get two voice notes. Yes, COP, that is God, Joseph. I said, no, let me call in the program and ask Professor Wall Street to show back that video again. The general public must get a third time.
Yeah.
Going in nice with his doing twice.
I'm gonna do
that was real nice.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Right. So, folks, here is the video that's in question. A red birdie. I don't know thing that's end up in my mailbox. A red birdie sent this to me and they tell me, well, there's a great possibility that there's a person who does be part of this program and there's a PNM. And this is part of the PNM miseducation. But folks, put your closing comments in the chat. Put your closing quotes and send your closing voice note. So look at that. I am just saying.
You don't want to picture a garden?
Eh?
You don't want to picture a garden?
No. But that resemble him.
From the chat, I have him. Anyway.
It looked like him. But I listen. I am not saying it is him. But the red body whisper in my right ear and tell me, I know them red body like to whisper to me. And I just say, all right, ain't sure. But, you know.
It's him, man.
So, folks, that is the video. Was sent to me, end up in my mailbox. And all I am doing is replaying it. I read Buddy sent it to me. And yeah, Mr. Florida, I am not.
Mr. Tommy, and everybody on the live and the chat. That is going Joseph, Mr. Ansem. And now get a text from a partner in Trinidad. You see that shoes, that the same shoes he just referee match with.
I am just saying that I read Buddy sent it to me, and all I did was play it, and they said that there is a fella on your program. It's G, right? J. Let me repeat that. G, J, D, right? G, J. That's what they say. And I just, so on Sunday we'll take our poll to find out if we believe that's what it is or if it is not. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Caribbean Soul say God, we believe Wall Street 100%. Oh God. And we don't want to hear him trying to defend is not him. Right? But that is part of the PNM miseducation. That is part of the PNM miseducation. So, I mean, I, for the life of me, every time I watch it, let me finish play some voice notes here, folks. Hold on, I'll make sure I get all these voice notes in here.
Let me cue up the last one. I have one more from Bitcoin.
All right, clear that one. And this near 2 minutes before the top of the hour.
All three. Well, I went there.
Hold on, Anderson. Go ahead.
You went up well and talk good. Give me a round of applause now, Brooklyn. Give him it. Round of applause. Go to the head of the class, Brooklyn. Go to the head.
Go ahead, Anderson.
But the running man what I can say. Mr. Walsh, good night. Is run God near can run by. Like he skate and he run for some of them long pole. We just keep the neighbor channel and mango with it.
But you know, Anderson, you say that. It looked like that's not the first time you do that, you know.
No. You look like a worthless man too.
Yeah, you see, he had his stick over there waiting. He had his stick over there standing up, you know. So whenever rain fall and he leave his shoes out there, he just leave his stick. So he just try the first stick, right? And then he just run across.
Go to me catch you, boy. Go to me catch you. And what that shoe must be smelling. After you done all them dirty socks and them, they go on my free game with and take money to blow vessel, but he's supposed to blow vessel. And you can imagine how that vessel smell. That was it. Great program as usual.
Yeah, man.
Go to me catch you. But Sunday we go finalize if it's Gordon or not Gordon.
Yeah.
But to me, I see when I play them already, and looking at the same person.
You got the same person?
Yeah, look at the same person.
Good.
Oh, God.
Oh, you're real good.
Well, folks, don't get upset. All I'm doing is coming to you all and for you all to figure out if this is the person or not. Let me take one more thing before we go. One more thing before we go. Folks, we're going for the break. We'll be right back. Second stay. It's in the village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Washington, and you. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Washington, you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Tommy, James says, you run past his shoes. Oh God. James says, you run past his shoes. It has to take to turn around and pick up his shoes. Clever. Oh God. I have a stomach pain. course, folks, it's in the village. Let me play my closing quote. James, he run past his shoes to pick up a stick to go and get.
I stick to pick it up.
He run past his shoes to go get a stick.
Pick it up instead of just go in and pick it up and bring it in. Pick it up both in one shot and bring them in.
He run and put back down the stick. Oh, folks.
It's illogical at all.
I mean, that's the PNM education for you. So, folks, here's my closing comment. Oh, I have the Amar video to play, yes?
Before you.
Brooklyn, you have a minute.
All right, I will talk in a minute. But that video was shoot. It shows clearly the mindset of Gordon Joseph. Because remember, Gordon Joseph tell us that he don't belong to no political party.
Right.
But every time he come on this program, he endorsing the PNM. Right? So the shoes is Rowley in the water. And it shows that he will do anything. He don't want to get wet, you know. Don't call him a PNM. But in the end, he do all of that matrix to still run all around the field. You know, all around the field to come back and chuck a stick in his shoes to save Rowley, the PNM. That Gordon Joseph. Gordon Joseph, give me a little month rest now, boy. Go and sleep. Watch it, Uncle Tommy. Reach home safe. Have a good night. Viewers and listeners.
Bless.
Same to you.
I folks, then my closing quote.
Let's pray for strength. Heavenly Father, we come before you, seeking your strength and support. Lord, in times of weakness and struggle, grant us the courage and resilience to persevere. Fill us with your power and help us to overcome any obstacles that come our way. Remind us that through you, all things are possible. Give us the determination to face each day with faith and hope, knowing that you are with us. Strengthen our hearts and minds, and help us to trust in your unfailing love. May your strength be our foundation, and may we find comfort in your presence. Amen.
From where I said this is it, the clock on the wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. Remember, your circumstances may determine who you are, but you are responsible for who you become. Go ahead, Tommy.
Everything has its wonders, even darkness and silence. Again, everything has its wonders, even darkness and silence. Like I always say, you, the man in the mirror, you have to become that change you want to see. However, if you're looking at the mirror and you don't like what you see, you cannot blame the mirror. Never look down on a person unless you're giving them a hand up. Love you all. Be safe. Stay dry. Don't leave your shoes out in the rain. So you'll have wet shoes. And we'll see you on Sunday, God willing. Till then, love you all. Good night.
But Tommy, what wasn't he not trying to get wet? Was he trying to get these shoes or not get wet? Or was he trying to get these shoes so the shoes don't get more wet?
But the first thing he should have done is just run to the damn shoes and pick them up.
Correct is right.
You had to go and get a pole. Anyway.
All right. So, folks, closing voice note.
I have one more voice note when you're done.
Yeah. Somebody just sent me, Diane Bassoon, welcome. Diane sent me, PNM, people never mattered.
I have a voice note from Bitcoin when you're done.
Okay.
Hey, my closing comments. Listen,
radio time is very expensive, you know. Because we sometimes had to put out ads and the kind of cost involved. And this is what they will do with radio time, boy. When there's such a wonderful opportunity to see how you can deal with those people who are the hand open, the mouth open, saying, I supported you and I am hungry. I supported you and look what happened. I supported you and look where things are at. And I hear you talking about it. Huh? You don't want to deal with that. Because that has to do with the government. You want to deal with the PNM. You want to deal with Red. You want to deal with Gordon, Joseph. Oh, don't forget Gordon, Joseph now. You want to deal with Gordon, Joseph. You'll be able to hear some truth. You'll be able to hear some suggestions that could make this case better. Because listen, I'm telling you, it have people outside, they work hard, you know. They don't work, you know. They work hard, you know. Hot sun, hot rain, cold sun, cold rain, up and down with Josie backing you for a little sandwich and a little juice and a bottle of water they get in. They didn't get no money and thing. I know what I'm talking about, you know. You understand? Up and down with the truck and thing because they're anticipating they will get a radio program. They'll be able to get a house. They'll be able to get seated. They'll be able to get things. And you talking about a Gordon Joseph. Lord, I go talk and I will pray. God is God night.
Oh Lord.
Hold on, let me get the next one.
Hey, good night, Mr. Anthem. Good night, Mr. Tommy. Good night, all the callers, all the texters, everybody on the live. And blessings to all family. Mr. Anthem, Mr. Tommy, you could really tell Gordon's a PNM. Watch now. He holding on the banister. Two step now. Just young. He really fall off two step.
Let's hear what Bitcoin has to say.
Gordon Rygen Joseph,
Everybody
I have
and
something for
Gordon.
you. I know you like booze, so enjoy this one, especially for you, right? Enjoy Gordon.
Where's that one?
Okay. What the hell will do, boys?
Right, just for you, right, Gordon? Enjoy your boo-boo.
All right.
Bitcoin.
Chat. Who's in comments in the chat? Patricia Pancho says, for wisdom is better than rubies, and all things that may be desired are not to be compared to. Proverbs 8:11. James Howlett says there are three types of people that tells the truth: children, the drunk, and the angry. Monica Ramkisoon says, be safe, stay blessed, sleep well in Jesus' name, amen. PNM Fox says, lie does not go on forever. And even PNM Fox say now that yellow is the code. Thank you, PNM Fox. You finally come into your senses. Yeah. Semantic 62 says, thank God. This is not radio. Actually, it is radio. It is radio. James Outlet said, sadness often comes from intelligence. The deeper you understand, the more you wish you didn't. Batman closing comment. Never underestimate the power you have to take your life in a new direction. There we go. Ms. Santa Cruz closing comment. Be sure to taste your words before you spit them out. Socrates. Monica Ramkasoon said, trust in the Lord with all thine heart. Lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge the Lord, and he shall direct thy paths. Thank you. Susan Lalchan says, good night to you wonderful people. May the Lord keep you in his arms safe and sound, sweet dreams, and keep warm. Love, love, love. Right? Mr. Intellectual, closing comments. Living life is like growing fruits. Enjoying life is the ability to share the fruits. Semantic 62, closing comments. A moment of patience in a moment of anger saves you 100 moments of regret. Yes? Remember, every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. Tommy Mohammed, closing comments. Tobago don't want the PNM again. Trinidad has to follow as well. Another closing comment by Tommy Mohammed. Once our oil refinery gets started back, we will see our country prospering. So there you have it, folks. That is it. Let's see if there's any more here before we go. Okay. Can you please let me know the length of Gordon's voice note so I can use that time to close my fridge. I think I just get one. Patricia says, celebrate the people in your life who are there because they love you for no other reason than because you are you. Thank you, Patricia. So we are out of here. We see you on Sunday. On Sunday Talk, Let's Talk Politics with Uncle Tommy, and Professor Wall Street. We are out of here.
Good night.
Good night.
No more rain, no more rain, no more rain, no more rain, no left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching a dollar, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching a dollar, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowling again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. No more rain, 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 no more rain. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you.